Good evening, everybody. You're looking at the U.S. Senate live. There are reports that there may be a vote tonight on a deal that would end the government shutdown, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Now, even if the Senate approved, even if the Senate passes a deal, it would still take days for the shutdown to officially end. But there are reports that the Senate has been negotiating today and might be close to a deal to begin the process of ending the shutdown. So we want to bring you live coverage. We have the Senate live. Senator Cassie was speaking before. If one of the other senators gets up to speak, we can show it. And we'll bring you updates. In terms of timing, I don't know. In terms of if there will be a vote, and will they vote yes, I don't know. I assume if they're holding a vote, well, we'll see. They could hold a vote and vote no. So we'll see. We're waiting to see, and we're going to be bringing you live coverage. So I'll keep an eye on the Senate there. Thanks for joining us. We have Beth Mythical moderating, and Ruth Krafasi and Robert's Way Queen over there on YouTube. Thanks for modding over there. We have also modding Idaho Star on Twitch. Thanks, Idaho Star. Linda Belk and Larry and Misha moderates for us on X. Kay Lowry Body and Shannon Davis Hughes and Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thank you. I'll show you a little reporting on this. Look right here. U.S. Senate takes steps toward vote on ending federal shutdown, says Reuters. See? See? Excuse me. Reuters reports that the U.S. Senate today moved toward a vote on reopening the federal government amid optimism that an end to the historic shutdown now in its 40th day is within reach. That sounds positive. Senators plan to vote on advancing a House-passed stopgap funding bill as early as tonight, with the understanding that it would be amended to combine a short-term funding measure with a package of 3 full-year appropriations bills, said Senate Majority Leader John Thune. The amended package, even if they pass it, would still have to be passed by the House and sent to President Trump for his signature, a process that could take several days. Reuters says Senate Democrats have so far resisted efforts to pass a funding measure aiming to pressure Republicans to agree to health care fixes that would include extending expiring subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. Under the deal being discussed, the Senate would agree to hold a separate vote later on the subsidies. Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat, told reporters he would vote against the funding measure, but suggested there could be enough Democratic support to pass it. This is the 40th day today of the shutdown, which has sidelined federal workers and affected food aid, parks, and travel, while air traffic control staffing shortages threaten to derail travel during the busy Thanksgiving holiday season later this month, not that far from now. Senator Tom Tillis, Republican from North Carolina, said the mounting effects of the shutdown have pushed the chamber toward an agreement. According to Senator Tillis, the final piece, a new resolution that would fund government operations until late January, would also reverse at least some of the Trump administration's mass layoffs of federal workers. Tillis told reporters temperatures cool, the atmospheric pressure rises outside, and all of a sudden it looks like things will come together. So we'll have to see what happens. You're looking live at the U.S. Senate right now. Americans shopping for 2026 Obamacare health insurance plans are facing a more than doubling of monthly premiums on average, health experts estimate, with those subsidies due to expire at the end of the year, says Reuters. Republicans rejected a proposal from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, to vote to reopen the government in exchange for a one-year extension of tax credits that lower costs for plans under the Affordable Care Act, often referred to as Obamacare. Our viewer, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, thinks it ain't happening and it's going to be past Thanksgiving. I'm going to mention some other reporting on this I have seen. Here's another new report. AP says, look, Senate leader eyes potential shutdown deal, but there's no guarantee of success. Hey, thank you, Mitchell Pilot. I appreciate that, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell and a bunch of our other viewers are hoping the shutdown ends soon. Piano Keys thinks it's going to be a horrible look for Democrats. Piano Keys says, hold out during the longest shutdown in history only to give in and do what you could have had on day one if you're going to be spineless anyway. Well, it's not clear what the deal would be. One thing Democrats have been trying to do is get subsidies for Obamacare that are supposed to expire at the end of the year to be extended in some form. We don't know if that's going to happen, if there's a deal. We'll have to wait and see. AP says, as the Senate held a rare Sunday session, which you're looking at, the Republicans' leader of the Senate said a potential deal was coming together on the government shutdown, but there was no guarantee it would end the shutdown. Moderate Democrats huddled over the weekend to find a compromise to reopen the government as the shutdown continued to disrupt flights nationwide, threaten food assistance for millions of Americans, and leave federal workers without pay. Top Republicans are working with moderate Democrats to finalize a legislative package that would reopen the government into January, while also approving full-year funding for several parts of the government. That bill would also potentially reverse some recent mass layoffs of federal workers. But the full details were still unclear, and the necessary Democratic support were not yet certain, as it appeared unlikely that the package would extend health care subsidies that expire at the end of the year. Senate Democrats are reportedly meeting now before a possible test vote Sunday night to hear more about the package. The Senate Majority Leader John Thune said today, a deal is coming together. We'll see where the votes are. So far, Democrats have voted 14 times to not reopen the government as they demand the extension of tax credits that make health coverage more affordable for health plans under the Affordable Care Act. Republicans have refused to negotiate on the health care subsidies while the government is closed, but they have so far been supportive of an emerging proposal to end the shutdown in exchange for a later vote. For those enrolled in health exchanges under that law known as Obamacare, premiums on average are expected to more than double next year if Congress allows the enhanced subsidies to lapse. Republicans need 5 votes from Democrats to open the government, so a handful of moderate senators could end the shutdown with only the promise of a later vote on health care, says AP. Around 10 to 12 Democrats have been involved in the talks. Many of their Democratic colleagues are saying the emerging deal is not enough. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who caucuses with the Democrats, said it would be a horrific mistake to cave into Trump right now. The deal that is being crafted, says AP, would fund parts of the government, food aid, veterans programs, and the legislative branch, among other things, and extend, I think that's for a year, and extend funding for everything else until the end of January. Negotiators have also been discussing language to reverse some of the Trump administration's mass firings of federal workers that have happened since the shutdown began. But that could potentially run into trouble with the White House and House Republicans. So will we see a deal tonight? Again, 5 Democrats need to go along with the Senate Republicans. That's what needs to happen. Purple Cat Audio says compromise is the foundation of our government. Thank you to our member, Purple Cat Audio. Thanks, Ken Lance, our member. Thanks, BDK, for your support. Thanks, Saku Satala, our member. Thanks, Twitter Pated, our member. Also, Chris VKC over on Twitch. We might have more senators speak. They just came back into session at, they were on a break, and they just came back about 37 minutes ago, top of the hour. Oh, that's sad news. Lenny Wilkens passed away. How sad. Basketball player, Hall of Fame basketball player and coach Lenny Wilkens passed away. What just happened? I don't even know. Why is everybody moving around? Let's see. Actually, there's no audio on this right now, I don't think. Recess until 8 p.m. They're in recess until 8 p.m. What does this mean? New development, the Senate is in recess until 8 p.m. They just came back at 6 p.m. What happened there? So what's going on with this? Let me see if I can get some analysis of this. The Senate is in recess till 8 p.m. I'm looking for some analysis from some different congressional reporters I follow. I haven't seen anything about this. They just came back at 6 p.m. and one person spoke. So I wonder what that's about. Maybe there's something going on behind the scenes. No, I haven't seen anything posted in the last few minutes about the recess, the new recess. Shani R says rumors of a deal being achieved. I'm not seeing any reporting of a deal that having already been achieved. I'm looking at a lot of different sources here. Okay, I guess this... Craig Kaplan of C-SPAN says this was requested by John Thune. I didn't see when that happened. Oh, I should just go back on my own stream. Hold on. I can probably, well, I didn't have the audio on. But did Thune actually speak and say it? Yes, John Thune spoke. John Thune spoke and said it. I don't think, but I didn't have the audio on. But I think he spoke very quickly. So I don't know why John Thune did that. Maybe something's developing. We'll have to see. As soon as I get any new reporting, I'll let you know. The continuing resolution is out. Okay, guys, I have a development here. Andrew Desiderio, who is with Punchbowl News, he just posted the continuing resolution is out. So this appears to be a new development. I guess this is one of the things they're going to vote on. This is 31 pages long. So I'll wait till the experts who I'm following give me some more perspective on this. Seems like things are developing. That's what it seems like. Breaking news. I have breaking news. I have breaking news from Notice Reports congressional reporter Daniela Diaz. She says, Daniela Diaz says, Senators King, Shaheen, and Hassan led negotiations on a deal that will have enough Democratic support to pass in the Senate, I am told. This is the package. Continuing resolution through January 30th. Vote on a ACA Obamacare bill by December on a Dem bill. I have to get more details on that. A minibus bill, which includes reversal of shutdown reductions in force, shutdown layoffs, and back pay, and protections against them happening in the future. Plus, SNAP is funded through the fiscal year 2026. Now, I know that's a lot to take in, but Daniela Diaz, who is with Notice Reports, she's a congressional reporter, she is saying that there's a deal. Let's see if anybody else is reporting it. Lisa Desjardins is reporting the same thing. PBS's Lisa Desjardins reports there is a Senate deal. She says, it's the same as the other report. Says a deal with the GOP led by Senators King, Hassan, and Shaheen has more than enough Democrats supporting it. Continuing resolution through January 30th. ACA vote by a December date. Democrats choose the bill. Minibus bill with reversal of shutdown layoffs. SNAP is funded through next September. Okay, so there are reports, unconfirmed reports of a deal. So, I'm going to change the headline. Unconfirmed reports. Deal has been reached to end shutdown. Hey, a quick thank you to... This is just coming out now, guys. Just coming out now. Thanks, Ed Weeby, for the membership. Thank you, Ed. Thanks also to One Old Guy's Opinions. Thanks, One Old Guy's Opinions. I really appreciate that. Also, Marcus, Plane Spotting Germany. Thank you so much, Marcus. Also, Becky Hefferman, who says, I don't see a deal happening. One Old Guy's Opinions calls this the Senate Democrats shutdown. Thank you, Ken Lance, our member. All right, so let's try to get you more. But again, multiple reports say a deal has been reached in the Senate. Andrew Desiderio with Punchbowl says this new deal would reverse the layoffs, the reductions in force since October 1st, and also bar future reductions in force until January 30th. Burgess Everett with Semaphore has the same report, saying that there are more than enough Senate Democratic Caucus members to pass a shutdown deal. Now, maybe Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader heard about this deal because he just posted 9 minutes ago. Oops. I need to fix this. Here's what Hakeem Jeffries said. My statement on the latest on the spending legislation, Republican healthcare crisis. Hold on here. He says it now appears that Senate Republicans will send the House, well, after it's approved with some Democrats, and it now appears that the Senate will send the House a spending bill that fails to extend the Obamacare tax credits for health insurance. Okay, and then he also says, as a result of the Republican refusal to address the healthcare crisis that they have created, Hakeem Jeffries says, tens of millions of everyday Americans are going to see their costs skyrocket. Many will not be able to afford a doctor when they have or their children need one. America is far too expensive. We will not support in the House, but it doesn't need House Democratic support. He says we will not support in the House Democrats spending legislation advanced by the Senate Republicans that fails to extend the Obamacare tax credits. We will fight the GOP bill in the House of Representatives, where Mike Johnson will be compelled to end the 7-week Republican taxpayer-funded vacation, he calls it. In the House, he's saying. Donald Trump and the Republican Party own the toxic mess they have created in our country, and the American people know it. So Hakeem Jeffries, House Democratic leader, says Democrats in the House will fight this, but it won't matter because there does not need to be Democratic support in the House to end the shutdown. Just 5 Democratic senators. Andrew Desiderio. Andrew is with Punchbowl, says that Senate Republicans will gather at 7:30 p.m. The Senate is in recess until 8 p.m. Maybe they'll have a vote at 8 p.m. on this. Hey, thanks, Ethan, PR member. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot, for your support. I really appreciate it. Mitchell Pilot, thank you. So again, multiple reports say there is a deal to end the shutdown. Maybe we'll be watching a vote tonight. But this just happened in the last few minutes. We just started hearing these reports. Died suddenly, says Dow futures are up. I'll have to check some things. I don't know if the Dow futures have gone up or in the last few minutes. Florida Beach says this would get the wheels rolling again. Rex says big if true. Chris N thinks markets will love it. Yes, Storm Laughter, even if the Senate votes on the deal to approve it, the House, to make it official, the House will have to come back in the next couple of days and vote on it as well. But presumably they would approve it. The big hurdle is the Senate, not the House. Steph Knight of Axios also reports there is a deal. Okay, so let's go over again what we're hearing from multiple reports about this deal. There is it would be a continuing resolution through January 30th, which would end the shutdown by providing short-term funding. And it would push the deadline for the long-term budget fight into January 30th. This would keep the government funded usually at the previous year's funding levels, till January 30th. So that's one part of it. It's just to fund the government to January 30th. Another part is that in December, there would be a vote on extending, that Republicans would hold a vote on in Congress, is it both the House and the Senate, on extending the subsidies for Obamacare that are supposed to expire at the end of the year. Now, this doesn't promise that they'll vote yes, but Democrats at least want there to be a vote. Now, some Democrats might be like, well, who cares about a vote? We want them to extend the subsidies. But other Democrats might think, well, they're not going to extend it anyway, so at least we get a vote. And them to maybe highlight the issue politically. So that's the second part. The third part is minibus. That's a bill that packages several of the 12 annual appropriations bills into a smaller single bill. And that would fund some of the government for a full year, some of the government, not all of it. Then also part of the deal is a reversal of the layoffs, the reductions in force layoffs that the administration has done since October 1st, since the start of the shutdown. So, and so the people who've been laid off in the federal government since October 1st as reductions in force, they would be hired, those layoffs would be reversed, and they would get back pay. And then finally, part of the deal would be that SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which I believe gives funding for food to roughly 1 in 8 Americans. That would be funded through September 30th, 2026. So that's the element, that's the basics of the deal, which I just told you. Now you would get, it would fund the whole government till January 30th, but there would need to be, it would not fund the whole government for another year. So there would need to be more spending negotiations before January 30th, I guess to avoid another shutdown. But that you would still have to have more negotiations before January 30th. Okay, so again, multiple outlets report that there is a deal. CNN is reporting it as well. Manu Raju, same thing. Same thing. Sarah Ferris of CNN says, shutdown ending deal reached. At least 8 Senate Democrats are willing to reopen the government. All they need is 5. Igor Bobik also reports, he's with HuffPost, that at least 8 Democrats are going to vote yes in the Senate. All they need is 5, the Republicans. So I'm going to still say reports. I mean, reports does not mean it's confirmed. But we are hearing many outlets say that a deal has been reached in the Senate to end the government shutdown. We could have a vote tonight on this. I assume we will have a vote tonight on this. Hey, thanks to Rex, who says, I am hoping for it to open so I can fly home. Thank you, Rex, for your support. Melody J, MLS Making Law Simple, and Aleph Tav. Thank you, Aleph Tav, for your support. Wow, guys, big news. Big news. Now, even if the Senate does vote to pass the deal tonight, it would take several days for everything that needs to be done for the government to actually reopen. Thank you, Sydney, for the memberships, by the way. Thank you, Sydney. The House, it won't be an issue, it doesn't sound like. The House is going to pass this deal. But they actually have to come back into session and do it. They're not in session. And I believe many House members are not in D.C. So they would have to pass it and the president would have to sign it. But all signs suggest that would happen. So let's just again go over what we're hearing this deal involves. It involves funding the entire government through January 30th with a continuing resolution, which means that there would have to be more negotiations before the end of January, or there would be a shutdown on January 30th. It would fund some of the government for the full year, but only some of the government. Some of it would only be funded till January 30th. It would guarantee Democrats that Republicans in Congress would agree to hold a vote on extending Obamacare subsidies, which are supposed to end at the end of the year. Democrats want to extend them. Republicans don't, generally speaking. So it would at least allow a vote on it. It would, everyone who has been fired in a reduction in force since the start of the shutdown, all the federal government workers who've been fired as part of reductions in force those firings would be reversed and they would get back pay. And I have seen reports that said new firings would not be allowed before January 30th. And also SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, that huge food assistance program for Americans, would be funded through September 30th, 2026. That is the deal that is being reported. Hold on, did President Trump post something about this? Not in the last few minutes. I'm looking at his True Social right now. I have not seen a new post from President Trump. CBS News is reporting the same thing. CBS News' Kaya Hubbard reports a deal has been reached and at least 8 Democrats, only 5 are needed, at least 8 Democrats will vote to move forward with the bill tonight. Guys. Helen says, sounds like hopeful news. So we're just waiting to see what happens now. Officially, the Senate is in recess until 8 p.m. That could always change. Ben Bruskin says, I feel like we are kicking the can down the road. Well, again, a bunch of the government would only be funded till January 30th. CNN is officially reporting now that a deal has been reached. As many other outlets are. PBS, CBS News, Axios, Notice reports. John Bresnahan, who is with Punchbowl, he says that Senate Democrats are still meeting, reviewing the deal, but he is hearing there are enough votes to pass the deal, although there is major pushback from Democratic base. But only 5 Democratic senators are needed. Manu Raju of CNN says that Hakeem Jeffries, House Minority Leader, House Democratic Leader, is opposed to the deal, which we saw, which does not have any guarantees that the Obamacare subsidies will be extended past this year. But he says Democratic proponents of the deal say they've succeeded in making health care a national issue. Again, some Democrats don't want to open the government until Republicans promise to bring back some of the Obamacare subsidies that are ending. Obamacare subsidies that are ending at the end of the year. But some Democrats are okay with just them agreeing to have a vote on it, which I'm guessing Republicans won't end up approving. Well, I'm guessing the vote won't pass. But, so that's been a big issue. These Obamacare subsidies that are ending at the end of the year. So I'm guessing if this deal does get voted on tonight and approved, you'll hear a bunch of Democrats coming out and saying, we didn't want it. But all it's needed is 5 Democrats from the Senate. I'd like to actually mention a little more about the subsidies. In this article from, let me just show you real quick here. This is an article from, when is this? Yesterday from the Washington Post. And they talk about how, where is it here? Some 24 million Americans rely on the federal marketplace healthcare.gov to buy insurance. Most of those Americans receive expanded Obamacare subsidies, ACA subsidies. But those subsidies are supposed to end at the end of the year. And then here's something from October 24th. in the Washington Post. Premiums for the most popular types of plans sold on the federal health insurance marketplace healthcare.gov will spike by an average of 30% next year, according to final rates approved by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and shown in documents reviewed by the Washington Post. The higher prices, affecting up to 17 million Americans who buy coverage on the federal marketplace, reflect the largest annual premium increases by far in recent years. The higher premiums, along with the likely expiration of pandemic-era subsidies, mean millions of people will see their health insurance payments double or even triple in 2026. Stephen Dennis with Bloomberg is also reporting that key Senate Democrats are planning to vote with Republicans to end the shutdown. We are bringing you the latest updates here, guys. Multiple reports say a deal has been reached. Josh Wingrove of Bloomberg says the shutdown is nearing an end after a group of moderate Democrats in the Senate said they would support a deal to reopen the government and fund some departments for the next year. Igor Bobic with HuffPost points out that one of the things Democrats initially wanted was an extension of the Obamacare subsidies that are expiring at the end of the year, but right now they're not set to get that. Hey, thanks so much to Marcel Kern for 20 memberships. Wow, that's really nice of you, Marcel. Thank you. Make sure to thank Marcel or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thanks also to our moderators over on Twitch, 13 Alamo, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark H. Sensi, McBritches, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Thank you. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks, Jennifer Ellers, for subscribing, by the way. Shannon Davis Hughes, thanks for moderating. Thanks, Chuck Mosca, for subscribing. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha on X, and Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube, thanks for moderating. Thank you, I Am Charlie, for your support. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Jennifer Ellers thinks this is a temporary bandage. Stephanie Kimber Hooper says, I, for one, cannot afford more insurance premiums. Tim Kaine is a yes on the government funding deal. Tim Kaine is a yes. He is out as a yes. Andrew Desiderio just put out a statement, just posted a statement from Tim Kaine. So again, Tim Kaine, that's one who is out publicly as being a yes. 5 need to vote yes on it. So According to Punchbowl's Andrew Desiderio, posted a statement from Tim Kaine, Democratic senator from Virginia. He said, "I have long said that to earn my vote, we need to be on a path toward fixing Republicans' healthcare mess and to protect the federal workforce. This deal guarantees a vote to extend the Affordable Care Act premium tax credits, which Republicans weren't willing to do. Lawmakers know their constituents expect them to vote for it, and if they don't, they could very well be replaced at the ballot box by somebody who will." Again, it does not agree to extend the actual credits. Tim Kaine also says this legislation will protect federal workers from baseless firings, reinstate those who have been wrongfully terminated during the shutdown, and ensure federal workers receive back pay as required by a law he says I got passed in 2019. That is a critical step that will help federal employees and all Americans who rely on government services. I will keep working towards a long-term government spending plan that includes critical priorities to support Virginians and funding for Virginia community projects. So Tim Kaine is a public yes on this. So he is the first I've seen to publicly announce that he is a yes. Tim Kaine, Democrat. Reportedly, at least 8 Democrats in the Senate are a yes. Excuse me. The next deadline, if this deal passes, would be in January 30th. I'll be looking for other reports on other Democrats who come out with statements. Thanks, AJ Krause. Yes, we should have live footage of the vote. I have the live shot from the Senate, but they're not right now. They're in recess right now. I think they'll probably come back and have the vote. I don't know if when they come back, will senators get to speak before or after the vote. That'll be interesting. Hey, thanks so much to Fred Flintstone for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you, Fred. Thank you, Fred Flintstone. If you're just joining us, there's lots of reporting out there from multiple outlets that a deal has been reached to end the shutdown. You can see this right here from Reuters. Senators, U.S. Senate to vote on a bill that would end federal shutdown. Senators expect a Sunday night vote on advancing a House proposed bill that will be amended to combine the short-term funding measure, which would fund the government through January 2026, with a package of 3 full-year appropriations bills that would fund other parts of the government for a year. This isn't updated with all the details, but again, we are expecting that vote tonight. Fox News also reports it. Fox News is also reporting it. Fox News says senators have reached a deal to end the government shutdown. Fox News is now reporting it. Thank you, Martinez Vida, for becoming a member. Max Cohen reports that Senator Ruben Gallego from Arizona, Democrat, is a no. Gallego says, I have been clear on this from the beginning. I will not turn my back on the 24 million Americans who will see their health care premiums more than double if we don't extend these tax credits. Here is what Ruben Gallego just posted. Guys, look. Ruben Gallego, senator from Arizona, Democrat, says, there's a phrase in Spanish, con salud lo hay todo. Sin salud no hay nada. It means with good health, you have it all. Without your health, you have nothing. It's with that in mind that I stand firm in my decision to vote no on the continuing resolution. I cannot in good faith vote for a show vote that does nothing to guarantee 24 million Americans can get the health care they deserve. So he's a no. I'm guessing a majority of Senate Democrats might be no's on this, but all that's needed is 5 to vote yes. Again, Fox News is one of the outlets reporting that this deal has been reached. Just to remind you what the contours of the deal reportedly are, the entire government would be funded through January 30th. Parts of the government would be funded for a year. The Republicans would promise to hold a vote in December on whether to extend the expiring Obamacare subsidies for health insurance, although they're not saying they would pass the bill. They would not saying they would pass an extension. People who have been fired from the federal government as reductions in force since the shutdown started would be reinstated and they would get back pay, and the SNAP food assistance program would be funded through the end of September of 2026. That is the deal that is being reported. Mr. Mulligan thinks this is just kicking the can through the holiday season. Well, it's not kicking the can on SNAP, because SNAP would be funded for a whole year, basically, well, till the end of September. Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat, has already come out publicly and said he's voting for this. So the Senate is in recess until 8. Which is 40 minutes from now. Iroquois, our viewer says, blown up by the soft centrists. Oh, hold on a moment, guys. Hold on a moment here. I think I have video of Trump. Hold on. Did they already show it, or are they going to show it? Hang on a second here. Of him coming back to the White House. Give me a second. Might have missed it when they originally showed it. Well, let's see. This is Sunday. Okay. No, I don't have it yet. Let me keep an eye on it and see if it pops up. That's not it. What is that all about? What is that all about? Hang on. I gotta fix something here. I gotta fix something. Oh, here it is. I see. Better. Igor Bobik reports that the Senate Democrat meeting is still going on. Igor Bobik, who is a reporter with HuffPost, says the Democrats are still meeting. They have told Senate pages outside to keep talking so reporters can't hear what's going on inside, and one page is reading what sounds like homework aloud. That's a funny update from Igor Bobik. Reportedly, a deal has been reached. The Senate will be coming back into session at 8 p.m., supposedly. Thanks to Lady Red, who is our new member. Thanks, Lady Red. I noticed Bitcoin is going up, for one. It's at 105,600 roughly. It has been going up since this morning. I don't know if that's because of the rumors of a deal going on. Rick says, does the bill have to go back to the House? Yes. If the Senate passes it, it's got to go back to the House, but it's widely expected they will pass it. It just will take a couple days for them to come back into session. Then the president would have to sign it. But those things are supposed to happen. Thank you, A to Z. Hey, A to Z, that's really nice of you. I appreciate that. A to Z, thank you. Politico is also reporting now there is a deal to reopen the government. Thanks, Silent Hero, our member too. Politico also reports that the process could be dragged out for days. Politico reports that Rand Paul, Republican, has said that he would slow down the deal, basically, if there was not language in the approved spending bills that basically it says here, according to Politico, that he is unhappy with how the proposed deal treats, I believe, the hemp industry in Kentucky, where he is from. So he wanted some concessions on that and is threatening to drag out the process if he doesn't get them. That's what Politico is reporting. But the headline on Politico right now is Senate reaches deal on ending the shutdown. Now, they do say, several accounts say that Angus King, Jean Shaheen, and Maggie Hassan all helped negotiate this deal. So those would be 3 yeses. Now, Angus King isn't he an independent who, he's an independent, but he usually votes with caucuses with the Democratic Party. So you have to assume that Angus King would vote for it. You have to assume that Jean Shaheen, she is a Democrat from New Hampshire. You have to assume she will vote for it if she was one of the negotiators. You have to assume that Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire will vote for it as well. We know Tim Kaine is going to vote for it because he's already said he's voting for it. So, okay, Lisa Desjardins with NPR, with PBS, she says she thinks that the Democrats who will vote for it include Tim Kaine, who's already announced he's voting for it, Hassan and Shaheen and King, who all have been reported that they negotiated on it, and also Fetterman and Cortez Masto, she believes will vote for it. That would be 6 Democrats, and they need 5. Governor J.B. Pritzker, who is not a senator, he's a governor, he is against the deal. He says this is not a deal, it's an empty promise. Trump and his Republican Congress are making health care more expensive for the middle class and ending it for working families. Time for Democrats to stand tall for affordable health care. Again, this deal reportedly does not extend the Obamacare subsidies that are ending at the end of the year, as many Democrats wanted. It calls for a vote on the Obamacare subsidies, but not Republicans agreeing to extend them. To repeat, the deal would fund the entire government through January 30th. It would fund some parts of the government through the full year, I believe that's till next September. It would fund the SNAP food assistance program through the end of next September. It would guarantee that there's at least a vote in Congress on extending Obamacare subsidies, not that it would pass. And it would bring back the workers who'd been fired, federal workers who'd been fired in reductions of force since the start of the shutdown, and pay them back pay, and also say no more federal layoffs, reductions of force until at least January 30th. Hey, thank you, Zillzone, for your support. Zillzone says, end the shutdown, release the Epstein files. Thanks, Greg Pondell, for the membership. So nice of you. Greg Pondell, thank you. Thank you, I Am Charlie, as well. Thanks so much, I Am Charlie. 28 minutes till the Senate's back in session. So if this passes tonight, the House members will have to get back to D.C. to vote on it. By the way, we told you this before. This is Tim Kaine, Democratic senator, who says he's a yes. He says this deal guarantees a vote to extend Affordable Care Act premium tax credits, which I don't think from what I can gather, there's not a good chance of that vote actually ending up in passage. He says this legislation will protect federal workers from baseless firings, reinstate those who've been wrongfully terminated during the shutdown, and ensure they receive back pay. He said, my statement on the funding deal to reopen government, protect federal employees, and a vote to protect health care. A quick thank you to, 86 GOP gave 50 people memberships. That's incredible. In the YouTube chat. Make sure you thank anybody like 86 GOP that gave you a membership or a free or a gift subscription. Thank you so much. Did I thank Melody J for giving out some memberships too? Thanks, Melody J. Wow. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Captain JPS, for being a member. Thanks to all of our moderators, too, who are here as we bring you live coverage. Ruth Krafasi is here. BZ and Roberts Mayqueen are here. Beth Mythical is here. Thank you for moderating. 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire. Mark HNC. McBridges and Sarah, thank you. Thank you, Big Dog Gaming on Twitch and Cecelgi on Twitch for your support. And Quantifallible, thank you. Quantifallible. Thanks for the link. Thanks, eBiker92. Thanks for your support. Thanks also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha for moderating on X and on Facebook. Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body moderating over there, and Shannon Davis Hughes. Schumer is a no on the deal. That's from Daniela Diaz with Notice Reports. They don't need Schumer to be a yes, but Schumer is a no on the deal. Jake Sherman with Punchbowl News says he thinks this is the way it would always end. He said, Schumer keeping his hands clean while the rank and file votes yes. Jamie Dupree reports that Elizabeth Warren is a no. She thinks it's a terrible mistake. She says the American people want us to stand and fight for health care, and that's what I believe we should do. That's according to Jamie Dupree. Again, the Republicans only need 5 Democratic senators to vote yes. Thanks, Combat Drummer, who is wondering about maintenance workers at aircraft maintenance workers who might not be working since some flights have been canceled. I don't know about that. That's an interesting thought you have, is that since the last few days there have been a bunch of canceled flights due to the FAA mandate, right, or the Department of Transportation mandate. Are there some people who are not working the last few days who would normally be working? I don't know. I mean, if they don't, I assume they don't get paid, but I don't know for sure. Thank you, the Combat Drummer. I would assume, though, that those flight cancellations will go away if this deal passes. I mean, they'll eventually go away, certainly, but I don't know how soon they would go away. Maybe after the deal passes, the Department of Transportation will say tonight, well, we don't need those anymore. I don't know. Misplaced Folder thinks this is huge. In 22 minutes, the Senate will be back in session and will be back from recess. They need 5 Democrats. Reportedly, at least 8 will vote for it. Manu Raju says the number 1 and number 2 Senate Democrats, Schumer and Schatz, will vote no. Let me show you this report here from AP. They updated their story. If you look at AP, it says, a group of moderate Democrats has a tentative deal to reopen the government if Republicans promise to hold a vote on expiring health care subsidies by December, a potential breakthrough as lawmakers seek to end the shutdown. The group of 3 former governors, New Hampshire Senator Jeanne Shaheen, Democrat, New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan, Democrat, and Independent Senator Angus King of Maine, who's an independent but caucuses with the Democrats, has a deal to pass 3 annual spending bills and extend the rest of government funding until late January. The deal is far from final, AP says. But other outlets are all saying they have enough Democrats to support it. AP says Republicans only need 5 votes from Democrats to reopen the government, so a handful of moderate senators could end the shutdown with only the promise of a later vote on health care. As I mentioned, Fox News is one of the outlets reporting that enough Senate Democrats have agreed to vote on this deal for it to pass, to vote for it to pass. Yes, the House would have to approve it after, which is supposed to be basically a formality, but they would have to actually do it, which would probably take several days for them to get back into D.C. And the president would have to sign it. Hey, thanks so much to PH Survivor 92. That's so nice of you. PH Survivor 92, thank you. Also, GDHHRSGHR, thank you. Who says GOP says you can have food or health care. Aisha Hasni of Fox News says Senator Jeanne Shaheen, Democrat, tells Fox there are enough Democratic votes to pass this. Max Cohen reports that Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin is a no on this. Here it is. Here's what she posted. This is Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin, Democratic senator. She says, a wink and a nod to deal with this healthcare crisis later with no actual guarantees is just not enough for me or the Wisconsin families I work for. I refuse to sign off on a deal that doesn't lower working families' healthcare costs. So a lot of Democrats want these Obamacare subsidies that are expiring at the end of the year to not expire, but this deal does not do that. It says there will be a vote on it, not that the vote will pass. Thank you, Wishes Network, for your support. Thank you. 15 minutes till the Senate is supposed to be back in session. I don't know, Joshua, when exactly the vote will happen tonight. I haven't seen. I don't know if senators are going to speak before the vote. I'd be interested in seeing that. There's no set time for a vote right now. We'll be keeping our eye on the Senate. In 14 minutes, it is back from recess. 14 minutes. The Washington Post says about 10 Senate Democrats are expected to back this proposal. The bipartisan compromise would combine 3 full-year funding measures to support parts of the government for a year into one package with a stopgap funding bill that would reopen the government and fund the rest of the government through January 30th. But the deal would not extend Affordable Care Act subsidies set to expire at the end of the year, which Democrats have warned will cause health insurance premiums to skyrocket next year for millions of Americans. Instead, Republicans have offered to hold a separate vote on legislation to extend the subsidies after the government reopens. A vote I'm assuming won't actually pass. While some Republicans have said they are open to negotiating on health care, but have refused to do so until Democrats agree to head the shutdown, President Trump has so far been unwilling to extend those subsidies. He proposed over the weekend to redirect funding away from health insurers and toward average Americans. Also, SNAP food assistance program would be extended through the end of September 2026. Also, the deal would reverse more than 4,000 federal layoffs the Trump administration attempted to implement during the shutdown. It would also include language that would prevent future layoffs through January 30th from the federal workforce, says the Washington Post. Hey, thanks Kate89, who says, I am bringing out the popcorn maker. I'm on the edge of my seat. Thank you to Kate89. About 12 minutes until the Senate comes back from recess, guys. We are keeping an eye on it. We will check out the Senate live. Aero Animation says, I hope the air traffic controllers start getting paid again. David Canup, I do not know when the vote will be. The Senate's supposed to be back from recess at 8. I don't know when the vote will be. And I've seen no reporting on when exactly the vote will be. But in about 10 minutes, they'll be back from recess. By the way, David Shepardson with Reuters reports that there could be over 10,000 flight delays today, along with 2,500 plus cancellation. Delta today is approaching 50% of flights delayed/canceled. If the government shutdown ends, it will avoid the situation where even more flights are canceled in the coming days. And who knows how that might impact, or that could impact the very busy pre-Thanksgiving flying season. Hey guys, Ryan Rass John Thune's office, John Thune's spokesperson, says Leader Thune is going to speak on the Senate floor shortly after the Republican conference meeting concludes. Look at this, guys. Check it out. This is spokesperson for John Thune, Senate Majority Leader. Leader Thune will speak on the Senate floor shortly after the ongoing Republican conference meeting concludes. So we will be hearing Senator Thune speak. Fanatic says, we will listen to him. About 7 minutes till or so until the Senate is back in session. Well, I think they're in session till they're back from recess. Sorry. One of our viewers, Tony, said he got his SNAP payment last night. There's been a lot of news about SNAP stuff in recent days. So this was a story from earlier today. You can see from AP earlier today. Trump administration demands states undo full SNAP payouts as states warn of catastrophic impact. President Trump's administration is demanding that states undo full food assistance benefits paid out under judges' orders last week, now that the Supreme Court has stayed those rulings, marking the latest swing in a seesawing legal battle over the anti-hunger program used by 42 million Americans. However, if this deal passes, then this will all become moot. This deal is supposed to fund SNAP through the end of September 2026. So Sahil Kapoor Sahil is with NBC News. He says a major concession in this deal from Democrats is that subsidies for Obamacare, health insurance subsidies that were expiring at the end of the year, are not being extended. He says preserving them was Democrats' central demand in this fight. The deal says there will be a vote on this, but that vote is likely to not pass. Well, he says it could still fail. But the vote would just be in the Senate. It's not even a promise of a House vote. The vote is just in the Senate. So again, a number of Democrats are upset at this deal because they say it doesn't actually extend these expiring Obamacare subsidies. Our viewer RN Vet says, I don't like the promise to vote on it. By December, we know Republicans can back out or not pass. Well, I think they'll have the vote, but they certainly cannot pass it. So we are going to be hearing from Republican Majority Leader Thune in the Senate sometime after the recess ends in about 4 minutes. We will be bringing you live coverage from the Senate. And I think eventually we'll see a vote. Thanks to Zillzone, by the way. Thank you, Zillzone. I really appreciate your support. Thanks again to 86 GOP for the memberships and everybody else who gave memberships. All right, just a couple minutes now until the Senate is back. Just a couple of minutes. MSNBC says the vote will be soon. That's what MSNBC says. Less than 3 minutes until Senate is back in session. I'm going to have to put my headphones on. Probably will, because otherwise you guys are going to hear an echo. Let me get my headphones here. Deirdre thinks it's a horrible deal. She's our viewer. Thanks, Pause to Per, by the way. Appreciate it. Also, Relila gave out 5 subs on Twitch. That's so nice of you, Relila. Thanks so much. I hope everybody thanked Relila for their subs, gift subs. Thank you, Alex. Alex, the House will come back. If they pass this, the House will come back, and then they will vote on it in the coming several days once they're back, and then the president will sign it. That's what all the reporting suggests. Thanks so much, Alex. All right, any moment now, the Senate's going to be back from recess. Any moment now. It's 7:59. Thank you to Anon Cognito for the memberships. Thank you, Anon Cognito. We're waiting for the Democrats to see the Senate to pass the bill. That's the big hurdle here, is can the Senate pass the bill? So while the government won't open tonight, it will open eventually if the Senate passes this, or passes the bills, passes the deal. That's the big thing. Power Stroke Syndicate says, let's get it over with. All right, we're live here. Any moment now, the Senate should be back from recess. It is 8 p.m. It is 8 p.m. I'm hearing something. I think. I was for a second. I was hearing something. The Senate will come to order.
The Senate will come to order.
Oh, my gosh.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. Exactly 1 month ago today, I stood on the Senate floor and spoke about the impact of the government shutdown was having on an already troubled aviation system, and that the traveling public was facing tremendous challenges with that shutdown, and I cautioned against prolonging it. Now, 30 days later, we're still here. I was concerned that if the shutdown continued, it can force the closure of parts of the airspace and lead to further reductions in the air traffic controller workforce. Unfortunately, both these concerns have materialized in what has become the longest government shutdown in our nation's history. With 2,300 cancellations and counting today, Sunday, we will go down as one of the worst days in air travel. I've never seen anything good come from a government shutdown. Lapses in federal funding have made it harder for families to access SNAP benefits. Head Start programs have been put on pause, and thousands of federal employees are unable to receive a paycheck. This dysfunction is damaging enough to our constituents and economy here at home, but it also sends a dangerous message to the watching world. It demonstrates to our allies that we are an unreliable partner, and it signals to our adversaries that we can't work together to meet even the most fundamental responsibilities of Congress. As this shutdown continues, I want to particularly focus on the impact of this lapse funding is having on the aviation industry. TSA agents and air traffic controllers have had to continue working while missing 2 paychecks. It's a stressful job and one that has grown increasingly more difficult throughout the year. Combine that with uncertainty on how to pay rent, put food on the table, and gas in your car. It is no surprise that we're seeing more and more controllers not show up to work. We are already facing a shortage of controllers, and now we are seeing more having to pick up second jobs to pay the bills, or seeing some quit entirely. Our inaction and our inability to gain consensus are deterring young people interested in futures such as air traffic controllers or other aviation professionals from pursuing those careers. The vulnerabilities in our aviation system has led Secretary Sean Duffy to begin reducing flights by 10% at 40 major airports. Airlines, businesses, and general aviation alike are cutting into their operations to make certain that airspace is as safe as possible. It is critical to know that these impacts are not lopsided on those high-traffic areas. Small and medium hub airports, such as we have in Kansas, that connect to those 40 are experiencing this pain just as much. While this is a painful step, it is necessary for the safety of the traveling public, and I support Secretary Duffy's decisions. American Airlines indicated to me they've canceled more than 240 flights yesterday and delayed more than 1,000 flights, impacting more than 150,000 passengers. Airlines for America said that staffing shortages disrupted the flights of more than 4 million passengers from October 1 to November the 7th on their partner airlines. And that was before the mandatory reductions were put in place by the Department of Transportation. We can expect more cuts if we do not reopen the government. We saw how fragile our air system is, and it's the reason I highlight aviation and the consequences of the shutdown tonight. We saw how fragile our air system is earlier this year when a series of failures led to a mid-air collision on January the 29th, which claimed the lives of 67, including those of Kansas. That accident forced Congress and our nation to reckon with an issue that has plagued us for decades. Why have we not effectively modernized our airspace system? Since that crash, steps have been taken to train more controllers and improve the aviation system, including a $12.5 billion investment in modernizing our airspace. But those efforts are becoming much more difficult to accomplish during a shutdown. Unfortunately, the position of the aviation industry it finds itself in today cannot be easily solved, but we cannot even begin to solve it unless we reopen the government. Every day we remain shut down, the fragility of this system intensifies. Thanksgiving is only 18 days away. Americans are purchasing, or would have purchased, or already purchased tickets to be with their families. If we remain in a shutdown much longer, it will become increasingly difficult for airlines to deliver on their promises to their customers. The circumstances we are in cannot continue. We must reopen the government. I urge my colleagues to pass a clean continuing resolution to reopen government. I'm committed to working with my colleagues, to address the concerns they have and any issues brought forth by the shutdown. We must return to regular order, advance a clean CR and these 3 appropriation bills, and then consider further appropriations and these issues so that many of us care so deeply about. Our constituents and our nation depend upon us to do so. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Ms.
Right,
Austin
now-
Brooks.
Hold on. Let's see. So there's supposed to be a vote tonight. I don't know exactly when. We're going to be hearing from Majority Leader Thune as well. So we'll see how this all plays out. But the Senate, you can see it right there. We're watching it live. There is reportedly a deal where reportedly at least 8 Democrats will vote with Republicans to basically end the shutdown. And then the House would come back in the next couple days and approve that, and then the president would sign it. But the big vote is the one in the Senate. I'll see if I'm getting any reports on timing or anything. So lots of different outlets reporting there's a deal. CNN, Fox News, many other outlets. Thank you, by the way, to Zillzone for your support. I really appreciate it, Zillzone. Thanks to Salazar, who wants there to be universal health care. Thank you. Jonathan Perez. Thank you, Jonathan, for your support. Nancy Newell, thank you. Pause to Per, thank you. I think I forgot to thank you before. If you missed it, reportedly the deal is that part of the government will be funded till January 30th. No, sorry, the whole government will be funded till January 30th. Part of the government will be funded for a year. Or I believe till the end of the fiscal year. I believe till the end of September. The SNAP food assistance program would be funded until the end of September of next year. Around 4,000 workers who have been laid off from the federal government since the start of the shutdown would be reinstated, and no more firings would be allowed until at least January 30th. Also, they would get back pay. And Republicans in the Senate would promise to hold a vote on extending expiring Obamacare subsidies, but they would not promise to actually keep the subsidies going after the end of the year, which is something that Democrats really wanted out of this. Thank you, Stoned in the Wasteland, who says, all I want for Christmas, Hanukkah is for both sides to just shut up for a year and act like adults. Thanks, Stoned in the Wasteland. NBC News is also now reporting that a deal has been reached in the Senate, and it would take days for this deal to reach President Trump to sign it. The House would have to approve it as well. The House is not in session right now. A lot of House members are not in D.C. Mark Kelly, senator from Arizona, Democrat, is another Democratic senator who's a no on this. guessing maybe most Democrat senators will be a no on this.
Majority Leader,
President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Hold
And I
on.
ask unanimous consent that the following senators be allowed to speak for up to 5 minutes each. Senator
Senator-
Collins, Senator Schumer, Senator Sanders, and me.
Without objection.
We're going to hear from four
Thank you, Mr.
senators now.
President.
We're going to hear from four senators now. From Collins,
Mr.
Schumer-
President,
Senator
Susan
from Maine.
Collins.
Mr. President, today the Senate Appropriations Committee advanced legislation to reopen government immediately, funding vital programs and resuming pay for federal workers who, for the last 40 days, have had to live with the stress of missed paychecks and not knowing when they would be paid. Under our legislation, all federal employees, including members of our military and Coast Guard, the Capitol Police officers, Border Patrol agents, TSA screeners, air traffic controllers, all will receive their back wages. It is significant that this measure also includes 3 full-year, fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills, including the annual agriculture FDA bill, the military construction and Veterans Affairs legislation, very timely given that Veterans Day will soon be upon us, and the legislative branch funding. This 3-bill package, which originally passed the Senate on August 1st with overwhelming bipartisan support, 87 votes in 2 cases, 81 in another, will support our veterans, our troops, our farmers, and rural communities. Of note, this package will provide full-year funding for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, and the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children, known as WIC. One of the most unfortunate and shameful consequences of the shutdown has been that these vital nutrition programs were in jeopardy for our most vulnerable families, including 170,000 Mainers who rely on the SNAP program. Other programs will be funded through January 30th, while the Senate and House continue our work on the remainder of the year-long appropriations bills. For example, funding for important programs like Head Start, and such as the Low-Income Heating Assistance Program will now be restored. I look forward to voting for this legislation and ending the unnecessary harm to the security of our families and our nations. We must begin to act tonight. We must not delay any longer. Finally, Mr. President, I want to thank the many members on both sides of the aisle of the Appropriations Committee and the Senate leadership who have worked especially hard to bring this package together. And I would be remiss if I did not also thank our staff. My staff missed an entire night's sleep to get this package together and get the job done. Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to particularly thank the members of the Appropriations Committee, including the 3 who served as the subcommittee chairs, Senator Bozeman, Senator Hoeven, and Senator Mullen. I want to thank Senator Britt, who did an extraordinary amount of work, Lisa Murkowski, Mike Rounds, Jerry Moran, Sherry Moore Capito, Sidney Hyde-Smith, Deb Fisher. There's so many who worked so hard on this package. I want to thank each and every one of them. Let's get the job done, and let's do it fast. Thank you, Mr. President. Hoeven in my list. Senator Hoeven was a rock star, so I want to make sure that I mentioned him. Thank you.
Senator from Vermont.
I understand that the way the process has been developed, it is impossible to delay the votes that are going to take place. And if that were not the case, that is certainly what I would do, because I think it is important that the American people fully understand what is being voted on today. Everybody in America knows that our current healthcare system is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel, it is by far the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and the only healthcare system of any major country that does not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right, covering every man, woman, and child. We are unique in that respect. And yet tonight, what this Senate is about to do is make a horrific situation even worse. So let's be clear what this vote is about. If this vote succeeds, over 20 million Americans are going to see at least a doubling in their premiums in the Affordable Care Act. In my state of Vermont and throughout this country, for certain groups of people, it will be a tripling and a quadrupling of their premiums. There are people who will now be paying 50% of their limited incomes for health care. Does anybody in the world think that makes sense? And if this resolution is passed tonight, we are on a pathway to throw 15 million Americans off of Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. 15 million. Our job is to create universal health care, guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child, not throw 15 million people off the health care they have, low-income and working-class people. And my friends, know what you are voting on. Studies are out there that when you throw 15 million people off of health care, some 50,000 of our fellow Americans will die unnecessarily every single year. Anyone think that's funny? Something to laugh at? Something to just go past? I don't. 50,000 Americans die unnecessarily. Now, I know as part of this resolution that the majority leader is going to say, well, Democrats can put together their own bill, and it'll come to the floor here in the Senate for a vote. As everybody here knows, that is a totally meaningless gesture. You can get 100 votes here in the Senate. Won't mean anything because the House is not going to take it up, and the President of the United States certainly will not sign it. So, Mr. President, I hope that anybody here who is thinking of voting for this reconsiders, goes back home and talks to their constituents and asks them what it will mean if their health care premiums are doubled or tripled. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, America is in the midst of a Republican-made health care crisis, worse than anything the American people have seen in decades. Republicans have spent the past 10 months dismantling the health care system, skyrocketing costs, and making every day harder for American families. Because of Republicans, Americans are going to suffer immensely as this health care crisis gets worse. Democrats have been fighting to end this crisis over and over again. Democrats have wanted to lower costs, but Republicans fought us every step of the way. We gave Republicans not one, not two, but 3 chances this year to extend the ACA premium tax credits. Republicans said no every time. On Friday, we offered Republicans a compromise, a proposal that would extend the ACA tax credits for a year and open up the government at the same time. They once again said no. And when they said no on our compromise, they showed that they are against any health care reform. Instead, they passed the biggest health care cuts in our nation's history just to give tax breaks to billionaires, and even then, they weren't satisfied with merely closing hospitals and community health clinics. They callously did nothing to deal with the looming crisis of ACA credits. Premiums will spike by thousands of dollars a month. Millions will lose insurance. Democrats have sounded the alarm. We have demanded for months to meet with the Republican leadership. But Republican leaders refuse to even discuss the issue, let alone negotiate it. We've asked them to meet in the summer and throughout the shutdown. To this day, Republicans still say no. We asked President Trump to step in and meet with us to deliver lower health care for Americans, and instead, Donald Trump has taken the American people hostage, from cutting off food aid to hungry families and vets and seniors and kids, to manufacturing flight cancellations, to cutting off home heating aid, while he builds a billion-dollar ballroom with gold-plated toilets. Therefore, I must vote no. This health care crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR that fails to address the health care crisis. But let me be clear, however this vote turns out, this fight will and must continue. Democrats must fight because of millions of families will lose health care coverage. We must fight because children who are dying of cancer will not get health care coverage. We must fight because a senior citizen cannot afford to pay $25,000 a year just for health insurance. We must fight to keep millions from financial ruin. And make no mistake about it, the American people know who is inflicting this health care trauma on them: Donald Trump and the Republicans. Americans will remember Republican intransigence every time they make a sky-high payment on health insurance. So we are going to fight legislatively, fight back home, fight in the courts, and bring this fight in the elections. Health care costs made a major impact on the 2025 election, and they will certainly have an even greater impact on the 2026 election. So in conclusion, the contrast between the two parties is crystal clear. Republicans are the party hell-bent on taking people's health care away, all to bow to the billionaire elite and special interests. Democrats are united as the party of lower health care costs and improving our health care system. We will not give up this fight. We will deliver for the American people. I yield the floor.
We are now going to hear from the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune. He is next.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Here we go.
Mr. President, after 40 long days, I'm hopeful that we can finally bring this shutdown to an end. And I don't need to go over all the reasons why it's imperative that we get the government open as soon as possible. From the truly precarious situation we are in with regard to air travel to the fact that our staffs have been working without pay for a full 40 days now, all of us, Republicans and Democrats who support this bill, know that the time to act is now. And so in just a few minutes, I will call up the vehicle for a clean continuing resolution packaged with 3 bipartisan year-long appropriations bills: agricultural appropriations, military construction, VA appropriations, and legislative branch appropriations. These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year. After 40 days of uncertainty, I'm profoundly glad to be able to announce that nutrition programs, our veterans, and other critical priorities will have their full-year funding. And my goal is to quickly move to other full-year appropriations bills. As I've said many times, I firmly believe that the way to fund the government is by passing appropriations bills through regular order, a process that gives senators from both parties the fullest chance to make their voices heard. Mr. President, I also want to mention health care. There's been a lot of talk over the last several weeks on both sides of the aisle about the health care crisis in this country. And I'm thankful to be able to say that we have senators, both Democrat and Republican, who are eager to get to work to address that crisis in a bipartisan way. These senators are not interested in political games. They're interested in finding real ways to address health care costs for American families. We also have a president who is willing to sit down and get to work on this issue. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what solutions might be brought forward. Regardless, as I have said for weeks to my Democrat friends, I will schedule a vote on their proposal, and I've committed to having that vote no later than the second week in December. Mr. President, again, I am optimistic that after almost 6 weeks of this shutdown, we'll finally be able to end it. I will call up that bill in a matter of minutes, and I look forward to passing the clean continuing resolution and appropriations bill package in the very near future. Now, Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on October 16th on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Others no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
I think this is the
Mr.
vote.
Barrasso.
I believe this is the key vote.
Mr. Bennett.
I think.
Mrs. Blackburn.
Is this the key vote? I'll have to see and confirm. Sometimes there's multiple votes. There might be multiple votes, or this is the one. It's the vote. There's a vote to end the debate, which is the key vote. But I'm a little confused as to whether this is it or there's another one after this.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker.
And I haven't yet seen, I follow a lot of people who cover Congress. I haven't seen anybody definitively say whether this is the vote.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman.
So CNN says this is the vote, but MSNBC says the vote is soon. Fox is in a commercial.
Thank you. I got you.
This is at least
Gotcha.
one of the votes.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito.
Hold on,
Mr. Cassidy.
Hang on.
Ms.
one
Collins.
second. Hang
Mr.
on
Booker.
1 second.
Mr. Bozeman. I am. Mr. Coons. Gotcha. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins.
This is the vote to end the shutdown. This is it right
Mr.
here.
Coons.
This is the vote right here. They are voting to end debate.
Mr. Cornyn.
This is the key vote.
Ms. Cortez Masto.
This is the
Mr.
key
Cotton.
vote. This is
Mr.
a
Kramer.
Senate voting.
Mr. Crapo. I got him. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley,
They are voting now.
Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven,
So this is to end debate. This is the key vote right here.
Mr.
This is the key
Husted,
vote
Mrs.
right here.
Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim,
But I
Mr.
think
King.
I think they have to have another vote after
Ms.
this.
Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee,
Right. So to confirm, this is to end the debate.
Mr. Lujan,
So
Ms.
they have to have another vote on the actual bill after
Mr.
this.
Markey, Mr.
But-
Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
Presumably, if this passes, the next thing is going to pass. Is
Mr.
my point.
McCormick,
This is to end the debate.
Mr. Merkley,
Because this needs 60. The next vote doesn't need 60.
Mrs.
This
Moody,
vote,
Mr.
This vote
Moran,
needs 60. The next one
Mr.
does not need
Marino,
60.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski,
The vote to
Murphy,
end debate
Mrs.
needs
Murray.
60.
Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt,
I just saw an update here. So this vote needs 60, right? Lisa Desjardins says she is with NPR, with PBS. She says there are going to be two other votes likely that will need 60 as well. So it's not just this one that needs 60. There's going to be more votes after this, but this one needs 60.
Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer,
NPR's Lisa,
Mr.
PBS
Scott of
is,
Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina,
PBS is Lisa
Mrs.
Desjardins.
Shaheen,
Oh, hold on a second.
Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith,
PBS's Lisa Desjardins also says this is the vote that could not be passed the last 40 days. This one here, to end debate.
Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
So apparently there are going to be several votes, but this is the one to invoke cloture, to end the debate.
Senators voting in the affirmative.
To end the filibuster.
Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Fisher, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kennedy, King, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Yep. Senators voting in the negative. Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Duckworth, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Markey, Padilla, Paul, Reed, Sanders, Warner, and Welch. Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
So this needs 60 to end the debate and move on to a vote. This is the key one they couldn't pass for the last 40 days. You can see the tally right there.
Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schatz, no.
So you need 60 votes to stop a filibuster. That's what they will need, is 60 votes to stop the filibuster.
Ms. Klobuchar, no.
And it is widely expected this will stop the filibuster not forever, but on this legislation, so that they can actually vote on the legislation. That's what it means to invoke cloture. Actually, you might not need 60 if not everybody votes. No, I think you do need 60, don't you? That's an interesting question. I have to look that up. A 3/5 majority you need, actually.
Mr. Merkley,
With
no.
everybody voting at 60, but you need a 3/5 majority. Well, 3/5 of what? Actually, I believe it's 3/5 of all senators, so it is 60, even if they all don't vote. I'm looking at the Senate website. It says 3/5 of all senators duly chosen and sworn, which means you do need 60, no matter how many people actually vote. That's what it suggests.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Murray, no.
Yeah, 60 is needed for this. So far, Tim Kaine and Dick Durbin are the two Democrats who have voted yes so far. King has also voted yes. He's an independent, but he caucuses with the Democrats. So, again, there's going to be votes after this. But this is a vote to basically stop the filibuster and move on to the voting.
Mr. Wyden, no.
So again, this is a vote to end the filibuster of this legislation. Thank you, Zilzone and Robert Loblaw and David
Mr.
Ashby.
Van Hollen, no.
Thank you, David Ashby and Neotrip and John, for your support. I appreciate it.
Ms. Hassan, aye.
That's Hassan, who is another Democrat voting yes, Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire. She was expected to vote yes. So 60 votes needed to overcome the filibuster. 60 yes votes, that is.
Mr. Crapo, aye.
You know what? I might have been wrong on not on the 60, but I read an article before that said they need 5 Democrats. But I think it was that they need 5 more Democrats than the ones they had before. Which makes sense. The current Senate balance of power is 53 to 47. If I have that.
Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schiff, no.
So you would need...
Mr. Scott of South
you need
Carolina,
60.
aye.
Thanks, Jetslow. Jetslow, numerous congressional reporters who I follow are saying you need 60 votes for this vote. 60 for this. So if all 53 vote for... So I'm sorry if the AP article that I was looking at before, just to quote it again, said, if I can find it here, I should have taken more of a step to look at that. It said Republicans need 5 Democratic votes to reopen the government. I mean, it literally says that in the AP story. I don't know why it said that if they need more than 5 votes.
Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
Shaheen is from New Hampshire. That's another Democrat who voted yes. So the Democrats who voted yes are Shaheen and Hassan, Angus King, who caucuses with the Democrats so far, Kane,
Mr. Lujan,
and Durbin.
no.
They've all voted yes.
Mr. Heinrich, no.
Right. So some of our viewers, like Michael Simon and DS, said that the AP article probably meant 5 more Democrats. That's my fault. I just was reading it and I wasn't thinking. So I'm sorry. That's my error from before, that I didn't get into detail about that. Anyways, we've been purporting all along that tonight that there would be enough Democrats. But the 5 number I was just saying based on the article without putting any thought into it, which I should have. So that's my fault. But yes. They're supposed to have enough. So far, the 6 Democrats who voted yes are Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, King, counting him as a Democrat, and Shaheen. Fetterman will vote yes too.
Ms. Smith, no.
Oh, hold on. You'll hear it right now. Get ready. Jackie Rosen.
Ms. Rosen, aye.
So that's Jackie Rosen. She is a Democrat, and that gives Democrats enough, assuming Fetterman votes with them. That would be 8. Jackie Rosen is a yes. She is a Democrat from Nevada. So there are now enough Democrats voting yes to pass this. Although I don't know that Fetterman has voted yet. Fetterman's voted yet. So far, 7 Democrats have voted yes on this, or 7 Democrats or those affiliated with the Democrats, like Angus King, and Fetterman would be the
Ms.
8th.
Alston-Brooks, no.
And that would make for 60, presumably.
Ms. Warren, no.
Hasn't it, is it that, hold on a second here. Yeah, so I know, Fox News today said it's unclear if Rand Paul will vote yes. That's what Fox News said, okay? So now I'm seeing why AP was saying 5 votes. What AP meant in their article is they need 5 more Democratic votes than the 3 they were counting on. Sorry.
Mr. Murphy.
So again, because
no.
You have 53 Republicans, but it wasn't clear if Rand was going to vote yes. That means you would need 8 Democrats to go along with the 52 Republican clear yeses to get to 60. And so far, we have 7 Democrats, including Angus King as a Democrat, vote, and Fetterman would be the 8th. Thank you, Christopher Roy. I really appreciate that, Christopher. Thank you. Also, thank you to MLS Making Law Simple.
Mr. McConnell, aye.
Thanks, Andrew Schlegel and Paper City Gamer Jeff. Thank you, and Gen X. And also David Ashby III. Thanks so much, David Ashby. And also Brendan Clark. Thank you, Brendan. So this is the key vote that would end the filibuster that was happening on this legislation. That would basically end the debate and move it to a vote. This is the vote that they couldn't get passed during the shutdown, but it looks like they're going to get past it now if nothing crazy happens.
Mr. Whitehouse, no.
But they now, again, assuming that Fetterman votes yes, which he is supposed to, that would be enough Democrat votes.
Mr. Fetterman, aye.
That is Fetterman. There you go. Fetterman just voted yes.
No.
So there it is. The 8 Democratic votes now are in. Fetterman just voted yes. That is 8 Democratic votes. So if the Republicans all vote for it, except for Rand Paul, because he's unclear, that will mean 60. There you go. So that is it. No more Democrats are needed now for this vote to pass.
Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
Thank you, ICE, for your support. Thank you, ICE. If you look here, it says this is the vote to invoke cloture. Which means to end the debate, to stop the filibuster, and move to a vote. A roll call vote is a vote. It's just a specific type of vote in the Senate.
Mr. Hawley? Aye. Ms. Ernst? Aye.
This is a vote where all the votes are, each senator's vote is recorded by name explicitly. Thank you, Daniel Daly in Cartoon Maps, by the way, and Dave Dufour. Thank you. As we have said, there are now enough Democrat votes, 8, to get to 60, which will end the filibuster and move on to a vote. And presumably after this, it is smooth sailing. Again, the 8 Democrat votes are Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Kane, King, who's independent but votes with Democrats usually, Rosen, and Shaheen. So this is the vote to break the filibuster, to overcome the filibuster. Thank you, Mr. Classic. Thank you, Daniel Daly. Now, once the Senate passes this legislation, the House will have to come back to D.C. and pass it, which they are expected to do. Then President Trump will sign it as he is expected to do. Thank you, Booba Tuba on Twitch for your support. Popcorn Fart for your support on Twitch as well. So we're just waiting for 5 more Republicans to vote and get to 60. But that's going to happen. The shutdown will not officially end until the House votes on the legislation that gets passed and the president signs it.
Mr. Grassley, aye.
56 now. That was Chuck Grassley voting yes. 4 more votes from Republicans needed. The vote is to break the filibuster. So yes, unless something absolutely insane happens, the shutdown will be ending in days. It is expected in days the shutdown will be officially over. How about that? You can see the senators there on the floor, some of them. You can see Ted Cruz, for example, Lisa Murkowski, I believe, if I'm seeing this right. Am I seeing it right? I see Elizabeth Warren. Various other senators.
Mr. Peters, no.
So Carson's coming back supposedly next year.
Thank you, Long Range R Channel. I'll say. Long Range R channel.
Mr. Ossoff, no.
Ossoff from Georgia, no. Democrat. Long Range says, I'm glad the shutdown is ending. Not sure what got accomplished. Thank you. Thank
Mr.
you.
Schumer, no.
Goofy for Jesus, this is a vote to break the filibuster. It's called the motion to invoke cloture. That is breaking the filibuster that has been preventing the vote on the legislation from going forward. 60 votes needed to break the filibuster. 60 yes votes. I don't know how many votes you need after this, but this is the key one, to break the filibuster.
Mr. Coons, no.
This is 60 votes needed to break the filibuster, end the debate, and move on to voting on the legislation. The key, break the filibuster vote. The filibuster is a tactic by which the I think any senator it is, isn't it, can delay a vote.
Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
But basically, the filibuster makes it so you need 60 votes to pass a lot of legislation in the Senate instead of just a majority. How long is the session? I think the official voting session is over, but they'll just hold it open until enough people vote. Thank you, Revelation Flooring Group, LLC, Robert Dobry Jr. I appreciate it. Waiting for 4 more Republicans to vote yes. I don't know that any other Democrats will vote yes.
Mr. Booker, no.
Cory Booker, Democrat, is a no. So basically, it's four. We need 4 votes left. We have 40 nays. So it'll be 60-40. Thanks, Tex Drone, our member, for being a member. Yeah, I don't know that Rand Paul has voted yet. But there's no reporting saying this won't pass, so, that I've seen. Yeah, so basically it's going to get it's passed with exactly 60 votes. Unless somebody is not there who's supposed to be there. Thank you so much, Mike Martell. Hey, I appreciate that, Mike Martell. Thank you. Thanks for your note as well. Did Paul vote already? I didn't even see it. One of our voters said Paul. One of our viewers said Paul voted already. I'll double check. I don't know that he has voted yet. I don't know that he has. I don't think he's voted yet. Did he vote? Did he vote? He might have voted no. Did he vote already? I can't find. I'm trying to find a conclusive report on it. Some of our viewers are saying he voted no. I missed it. I missed him coming to vote. So a number of our viewers are saying they heard him voting no. I didn't hear it, so I'm not positive. But either way, I'm not seeing any reports that this is not going to pass. Here's who has not voted. Stephen Dennis with Bloomberg just posted who hasn't voted. Rick Scott, Mike Lee, Ron Johnson, and John Cornyn. And Stephen Dennis says 3 of them, Rick Scott, Mike Lee, and Ron Johnson, who have all not voted, appear to be negotiating something with John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, in the back of the Senate. So those 3 maybe are, I don't know what they're negotiating with John Thune. But Stephen Dennis with Bloomberg says those 3 Republican senators are talking to John Thune. But so Rand Paul did already vote. He must have been a no. So again, John Cornyn, Mike Lee, Rick Scott, and Ron Johnson. Thank you, Eduardo Santiago, for being a member. Thanks, Laboon for being for the gift membership. Thank you. Thank you, Edu Makashun, for the bits. Thank you so much. So this is the vote to break the filibuster, which has been what's holding up, which has been causing the shutdown, basically. The filibuster preventing the spending legislation, the funding legislation, from going to a vote in the Senate. But this is going to pass as soon as the 4 Republicans vote who haven't voted yet. Yes, the last 4 people who have not voted are Republicans. All expected to vote yes. Our viewer BSH says, just vote already. Again, the four who have not voted are John Cornyn, Rick Scott, Ron Johnson, and Mike Lee. They're all Republicans. They are all expected to vote yes. Olivia Beavers, who is with Wall Street Journal, says all four of those Republican senators walked onto the floor together. They haven't voted yet, and John Thune, the majority leader, spoke with them, and other senators joined in. So it's very possible that it sounds like those four, maybe there's some particular thing they want. I don't know how all this negotiating is, but maybe there's some particular thing they want that they are just using this opportunity to negotiate about. That's what it sounds like. Kim Staying Tuned says deals, deals, deals. So again, we're waiting for the four remaining Republicans to vote yes, which will end the filibuster, which has been keeping the government shut down, so that the Senate can vote on passing spending legislation. Anthony says the voting itself is shut down. At some point, those four Republican senators will actually vote. They will be having one or more votes after this. But those are certainly on the different bills, the different spending legislation. But I don't know how many after this, but this is the one that allows them to have those votes. I have not seen any reporting that this vote is somehow in jeopardy of not passing. Again, this is the vote to invoke cloture, which breaks the filibuster, which ends the debate on the bill, ends the debate on the legislation, and allows you to vote on the legislation. The 4 Republican senators are there. I don't know what they're waiting for, but they were talking to Thune earlier, and it's possible there's some sort of negotiation going on. Oh, we might have a press conference from... Hold on. Give me a moment here. We might hear from Senate Democrats after this. Aisha Hasni with Fox News says that Mike Lee and Rick Scott, who have not voted yet, are now in the back of the GOP side of the floor talking to Ted Cruz. The 4 who have not voted are Mike Lee, Rick Scott, Ron Johnson, and who's the last one? I forgot. I have to look it up. Mike Lee, Rick Scott, Ron Johnson, and I can't remember. Cornyn, John Cornyn. The chat reminded me. It's John Cornyn is the 4th one. Those are the 4. Melissa B. says they need to hurry up. We have the Sunday scaries. Our viewer Arkshire says, how long do they wait? I do not know how long they will wait to vote. $60 votes are needed to pass this vote. Need all 4 of them. I have not seen any more reporting on what the delay is. But I know those 4 senators are there that have not voted yet. Our viewer, Polit CRT, thinks that the senators who have not voted are trying to get something. Keep your eye out for Mike Lee, Rick Scott, John Cornyn, and Ron Johnson. I don't see any of them right now. I'm looking. I actually have two angles. We have this angle and the other angle, but I don't see them on either angle. BSH says wheeling and dealing. Oh, thanks to Code 3 News. Thanks, Code 3 News. Also, Spenny 96. No, all four of them need to vote yes, because the vote needs 60 votes. Thanks, Nick Rose. Nick, I haven't heard any reporting that they have cold feet. There's no reporting saying that. Thank you, Nick. Thanks, Zillzone. Dina Solar member, Aries Energy Goddess, Rizzo. This is the vote to break the filibuster. Thanks so much, Robert Twidwell, for the memberships. Thank you, Robert. That's really nice of you. Also, Mega Airhead, thank you. Spencer Biohazard, thanks for subscribing. Manu Raju of CNN reports that Jean Shaheen, who's one of the Democratic senators who voted for this, for ending the shutdown, she said waiting another week or another month would not lead to a better outcome. We are still waiting for the last 4 Republican senators who are all expected to vote yes to vote. We're still waiting for this. Sean C. says, let's hope it ends this week. It should end this week once the House comes back and votes on it, which should take a couple days or so. And they have to get back, and then the president will sign it. Nothing on Truth Social from Trump about this. Thank you, Andrew Schlegel and D-Row, for your support. Thank you. The 4 who have not voted are Ron Johnson, Mike Lee, John Cornyn, and Rick Scott. How long until those 4 vote? I have absolutely no idea. They can't move on to actually pass the spending legislation until they finish this vote. Thank you also, Cat Scratch Fever, our new member. Reuters says that global shares got a lift in Asia on Monday on optimism that an end to the historic U.S. government shutdown could be in sight. Futures in the U.S. have gone up in early futures trading. with it looking like the shutdown is going to end. B. Earhart says longest vote for longest shutdown. I still do not see Mike Lee, Rick Scott, John Cornyn, or Ron Johnson. Thanks, Jeff Buddington, our member as well. Thank you to all of our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical and Ruth Krafasi are moderating. Thank you. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck. LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, J. Joanne and Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Riff Tracks. Big thanks. Kay Lowry Body and Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley, all of our Facebook moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you. Rand Paul was a no. Ro Khanna, who is a Democratic congressman, he just posted something. He is a Democratic congressman from California. Ro Khanna said, I'll show you what he said. He thinks Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. If you can't lead the fight to stop health care premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for? So I think what he's saying is that, I mean, Schumer voted no on this, but I think what he's saying, Ro Khanna, is maybe something like, well, if Schumer's the minority leader, if he's the Senate Democratic leader, then it's his fault if enough Democrats in the Senate cave to and vote with the Republicans. That's what I think is what basically Ro Khanna is saying, I think. Thank you to ZND501. Thank you. We are waiting for this vote to end and the 4 Republicans who haven't voted, who are supposed to vote yes, to vote yes. Thank you, Mama Yoli, our member. I'm sure there's a reason they have not voted yet, but I don't know what it is. Thanks, My Miracle Mama says, I hope they pass this and extend health care in January. Do the right thing. Thank you. Well, at this point, it does not look like the Obamacare subsidies that are expiring at the end of the year. It does not look like those will be extended until next year. Democrats were hoping to get that out of the shutdown, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen now. The Senate says they're going to vote on it, but even if it does pass the Senate, which I think there's probably a decent chance it won't. There's no sign that the House is going to have a vote on it or that President Trump would sign it. Thank you, My Miracle Mama. Thanks, CJ Lars, 1399. Thank you, Sergeant Klein. A number of Democrats who voted no on ending the shutdown wanted to continue to insist on getting those subsidies extended. But enough Democrats have gone along with the Republicans here to end the shutdown. 8 of them, including Angus King, who's an independent. Trey Hernandez thinks about 10 minutes ago, he said, I saw them pat each other on the back. This is going to pass. They're probably waiting to walk to the House. Yeah, I don't see any reporting that it won't pass. I just don't know what the delay is. I don't think the delay is that it's not going to pass or that people are reconsidering their votes. But who knows? Could be negotiating. Maybe they wanted to end at a certain time for whatever reason. I don't know. Thanks, Trey Hernandez. I appreciate that. Thanks, Sergeant Klein, as well. Lisa Desjardins, Lisa Desjardins, I think, I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm pronouncing it Desjardins. Lisa Desjardins with PBS says, why isn't this vote over? So she covers Congress. And she doesn't know why it's over. I think she covers Congress. She's been posting about this. She doesn't know why it's not over yet. I haven't seen any reporting about why those 4 have not voted. Well, a couple reporters suggested they were negotiating for something. Will Trump speak? I don't know that Trump will speak tonight on this. I'm guessing he'll post on. I'm guessing he'll post on Truth Social. That'd be my guess. It is now 9:31 Eastern Time. Thank you, Jack Dempsey, by the way. Thanks, Jack. To repeat for people coming now, this is a vote to end the filibuster that was preventing the Senate from voting on funding legislation. This is the big hurdle to end the shutdown. And 8 Democrats have voted yes, and there are 4 Republicans left to vote, and they're all expected to vote yes, and that would get to 60, which is what's needed to break the filibuster and move to votes on spending legislation. Vote or votes on spending legislation. Seba, thank you. Seba says healthcare is not part of the shutdown deal. Well, the shutdown deal does have, one part of it is to have a vote on healthcare in the Senate in December. But just to have the vote on the subsidies, I believe it is, on extending the subsidies, but that's it. Not to have a vote in the House, not that Republicans will vote yes. Some of our viewers think Democrats are blamed to blame for the shutdown. Some of our viewers, like Jonathan's back, thinks Republicans are to blame for the shutdown. I think a lot of the senators left the room. I don't see them anymore. We're just waiting for those 4 to vote. Eric Lousy, I think it was, says, let's get things rolling. Eric Lowy. If this passes, the filibuster is over. Then they will have 1 or more votes to pass the spending legislation. I still don't have any kind of firm reporting on what the big holdup is. Yeah, some Democrats were having a little, some of the Democrats, I think the ones who voted yes are having a press appearance right now, but I don't have the I don't have the rights to show that footage at the moment. If I did, I would put it on for you. Yeah, some of the Democrats who voted for it are speaking now. But again, sorry, I don't have the rights to that footage. I don't know why they didn't carry it on their Senate Democrat website. But they didn't. Riri Patton thinks they're holding vote hostage deal making. Thanks, Junobi. What if Speaker Johnson doesn't call people back and waits till the special election in December? He's going to call people back. There's no reporting that he's not going to call people back. Junobi says he has hesitated to swear in the new rep from Arizona because of the Epstein files. There is no reporting at all that anything else will happen in the next couple days aside from Speaker Johnson calling the House back and them passing what the Senate passes. Thank you, Junobi, though. Thanks, Zillzone. Zillzone says, I can't believe they're filibustering the vote to end the filibuster. Again, there's no indications that this won't pass. I just don't know why the timing is delayed. Thank you, Zillzone. Thanks also, TechG0490. Yeah, as one of our viewers mentioned, there is a representative from Arizona, a Democrat, who was elected to, who in a special election, was elected to fill a seat. And Speaker Johnson has not sworn her into the House yet. He claims that the House has not been in a full legislative session, and that it's standard practice to swear new members in a full legislative session. But some believe that that he doesn't want to swear her in because she would force a vote in the House on releasing the Epstein files. But I'm not sure. It may be the case that the House has to go back into legislative session to end the shutdown. Hey, thanks to Andrew Schlegel. Thank you to Linda Fabrizio, our new member. Thanks, Zillzone again. Once again, we've been waiting, an hour or something for the last 4 Republicans to vote yes to break the Democratic filibuster, which would allow, finally, Republicans to vote and pass spending legislation to end the shutdown. I don't know why the 4 Republicans have been delayed. They're there. Ron Johnson and John Cornyn and Mike Lee and Rick Scott. Beats me. There's no reporting that they're having second thoughts, so I'm sure there's some reason or other. But this is the vote that would end the filibuster on this legislation. Thank you, Morgoth. Angus King, who usually votes with the Democrats, who voted yes on ending the filibuster, he said after voting, there was no evidence that more shutdown time would cause Republicans to come to the table on extending health insurance subsidies that are supposed to expire at the end of the year. Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa says, the games they play here are ridiculous. Should be a timer that actually counts. Probably backroom deal with someone who wants something. PW360 claims that Fox said there could be last-second momentum in votes flipping. I haven't been listening to any of the TV channels. I have not seen a single political reporter who I'm following, none. And I'm following a lot. I have not seen a single one say that they've heard that any of the 4 Republicans are wavering on their vote. If I hear that, I'll let you know. But I've not heard a peep about that being the case. That'd be quite an embarrassment for Senate Majority Leader Thune if he scheduled this vote and then found out during the vote that 4 members were having second thoughts that he didn't know about. Also, he would be really unhappy with those 4 members. I don't know that that would benefit them. But if I hear anything, I'll let you know. RTG says planned. I mean, honestly, I would think the majority leader, if he didn't know about it, would be upset with it anyway. If they tried to say, all right, we're actually going to not vote yes until you give us this, I would think the majority leader would be infuriated. So I wonder if it is planned for some reason. Maybe there's something about the timing they want. I don't know. Maybe they want it to end at a certain time. Why? I have no idea. Wow Factor thinks this is taking too long. Thank you, Byron B., who thinks if they were going without pay, this would have been over 30 days ago. Thank you, Byron B. Thank you, Jimmy D. Yeah, there was some reporting that 3 of the senators who had not voted yet were talking to Thune earlier. I don't know where they are right now. Gavin Newsom, the governor from California, posted pathetic on his X account. So my guess is he's talking about some Democrats voting to end the shutdown without, for example, getting a commitment to extend health care subsidies. Like, I was wondering, you know, I saw a post before, a report, somebody just came back and sat down. I saw a post before, a report from somebody or other, that it might not be clear if senators will speak on the floor of the Senate after this passes. And I wonder, like, I was thinking, did Democratic senators say they wanted to speak? And if they insisted on speaking, do Republicans just want to delay so they speak as late as so people who speak to Democrats speak as late as possible? Do you see what I'm saying? I have no idea. But that would be an example about like some kind of timing stuff. Hey, thanks to Terry Moore. I appreciate that. Terry Moore, thank you.
Mr. Johnson,
There they are.
Aye.
There they are.
Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye.
Where's Cornyn? We just need Cornyn. We just need Cornyn. We just saw them right there. So the 3 of the 4 voted. So we just need Cornyn. We heard Scott, Lee, and Johnson. So where's Cornyn? All we need is John Cornyn. One of our viewers said, wonder what they got. Thank you, Don Lagay, for your support. Thank you, Don. I appreciate it. So now we're just waiting for John Cornyn. He's the last one. Oops, for somehow, what happened to, oh, it should say live. Hold on, got messed up here. I see what happened. My little bug got disappeared. We're just waiting for John Cornyn. He's the only one we're waiting for. He will vote yes, and then the filibuster will be broken. But we just saw the other 3. Senator John Cornyn, Republican from Texas. He is the last one that needs to vote. Thank you, Jared. Jared says, can't wait for this to pass. Mandy on X says, this is ridiculous. Where is John Cornyn? Our viewer John says they got to him. Jamie Dupree. Jamie Dupree, who I follow, he's a reporter. He says, where is John Cornyn in capital letters? Jake Sherman with Punchbowl says, the question every reporter is asking right now is, where is John Cornyn? That's what I was just saying. Where is John Cornyn? Fugitive Trucker says, search party for John Cornyn. One of our viewers thinks he was kidnapped by Bernie Sanders. Maybe Cornyn was waiting for the other 3, and he was just like, well, I'm out of here until they vote. Now they have to go get Cornyn, maybe. Thank you, Nicolette J. Oh, I missed the first one? I'm so sorry, Nicolette J. That's totally my bad. Thank you, Nicolette J. That's so kind of you. I'm really sorry about missing your other super chat. My bad, totally. Thank you. Did I thank Martinez Vida before? I hope I did. So we're waiting for one Republican, John Cornyn from Texas. For some reason, he hasn't voted yet. He's going to vote yes. That will be 60 votes. That will break the filibuster and allow the Senate to vote on the spending legislation to end the shutdown, which the House will have to pass in the next couple of days, but they're expected to, and President Trump then has to sign it. But this is the key vote to break the filibuster, and it needs 60 votes, and John Cornyn has not voted. And no one knows where John Cornyn is. CT Girl says, this is ridiculous. Thank you, Jared Stewart, who thinks Cornyn was abducted by AOC in Mamdani. Thank you, Amberger. Thank you. Radio Dude says, I am hungry. Silent Flash says, come on. The House passed a funding bill, but for legislation to become law, both the House and the Senate need to pass the same legislation. This is different than what the House has passed. So the House will have to pass this stuff that the Senate is passing. Then the President will have to sign it. Oh, Don Legay. Hey, Don, that's really kind of you. Thank you, Don. Don says he is a libertarian. Thank you so much, Don Legay. That's really nice of you. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Don Legay, thank you. I still do not see Cornyn. The deal that was reached will fund the whole government till January 30th, fund part of the government for, I believe, until the end of next September. It will fund the SNAP food assistance program till the end of next September. It will the people who were fired as part of reductions in force by the Trump administration during the shutdown will be reinstated. They'll get their jobs back, and they will get back pay, and no more firings will be allowed until at least January 30th. And the Senate Republicans have agreed to hold a vote in the Senate by, I think, mid-December on extending, I believe, on extending health care subsidies to next year that are supposed to run out this year, or they're supposed to expire, but just to hold a vote, not to vote for it. And the House hasn't said they'll vote on it. So there's no sign that that vote's going to lead to anything. Did I forget something? That's basically it. Now, John Cornyn he is running for a 5th Senate term in Texas. He faces a tough primary from, for example, Ken Paxton. He faces a tough primary opponent in Ken Paxton, who is the current Attorney General of Texas. I don't know if somehow his holding out and not voting yet is related somehow to his campaign in some way, shape, or form. No idea. Maybe he just had something he needed to attend to. One of our viewers says, this is dragging on. Well, you saw what happened with Ron Johnson and Mike Lee and Rick Scott. At some point, they just appeared and they voted. My guess is that that's what will happen with John Cornyn. One of our viewers, So Luke, says, will John Cornyn do a McCain where he comes in and he votes thumbs down? I can't imagine that will happen. Howie, our viewer, said he is up for re-election. Yeah, we were just discussing that. One of our viewers who has the screen name John Cornyn, thank you. Thank you, Quentin from Astoria, who says, dark days ahead, I bet, horrible Thanksgiving. Tanya Bowles says, this is so rude. MJK says John Cornyn is standing next to Waldo from like Where's Waldo? I think that's what MJK means. Thank you, BB, for your support. Thank you, BB. Fox News' Aisha Hasni, who covers Congress, so she's a Congress reporter. She says, has anyone spotted John Cornyn? So these congressional reporters, they don't know where John Cornyn is. I've seen multiple reporters I follow who report on Congress who say they do not know where John Cornyn is. Another thought I had is there some kind of thing that Republicans need to work out about the votes after, that they want to figure out now or something before Cornyn votes? So they're dealing with that. I don't know. Maybe there's something else going on. Hey, Sean TV, that's so kind of you. Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate that, Sean TV. Thanks so much. I'll remind you guys also, so one reporter I follow said that there's one or more votes after this, but she thought there might be votes after this that require 60 votes. So I don't know how many votes after this have to happen. But this is the one on breaking the filibuster. So there's no reporting suggesting that the votes after this are going to be a problem. But I don't know the specifics on the vote after. Aisha Hasni, who is the congressional reporter for Fox News, just posted in all capital letters, everyone look for John Cornyn. So again, congressional reporters seem to not know where John Cornyn is. Yeah, they're not getting rid of the filibuster permanently. They're breaking the filibuster, which has been preventing. The reason Republicans have not been able to pass spending legislation is of the Democratic filibuster, which makes it so that you need 60 votes. And they didn't have 60 votes until tonight. No, Trump has not posted about this on True Social. Thank you, Goofy for Jesus, who is not a Cornyn fan, who is in Texas. Thank you, Jenny Lassiter, for being a member. Thank you, Table Tens on Twitch, and PJJ for subscribing on Twitch, and Chad Daddy NFT on Twitch for subscribing. Al Weaver, who is with The Hill. This is interesting. Al Weaver, who covers the Senate for The Hill. Al Weaver just posted, Cornyn was traveling back to Washington and has landed at Dulles. Is it Dulles Air Base? Or Dulles Airport. Dulles Airport. So again, this was just posted 4 minutes ago by Al Weaver, who covers the Senate for The Hill. So I assume he knows what he's talking about. He says Cornyn was traveling back to Washington and has landed at Dulles Airport. Now, did he just land at Dulles Airport? Maybe he landed there an hour ago. I have no idea. Hey, thanks to KC Steve for the memberships. KC Steve just gave 50 PayPal memberships in the YouTube chat. That is really generous of you, KC Steve. Make sure you thank KC Steve or anybody else who gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you so much, KC Steve. I really appreciate that. So, it's possible that Cornyn just landed recently. Stephen Dennis, who is with Bloomberg, who covers Congress. Stephen Dennis says, just waiting on Cornyn to show up from the airport. So multiple reporters now are saying that the wait is for John Cornyn to show up from the airport. I wonder if that is true, if that's really true. Is it possible that the three waited to vote because they didn't want everybody to be waiting just for Cornyn for so long? Like, was Cornyn like, hey, my flight's running late. Could some of you just wait a bit to vote so it's not just waiting for me that whole time? I don't know. You never know. Hey, thank you, Thrash Bash. What concessions were made to get the votes? Well, it seems like one of the, maybe the big one. One is to have a vote in the Senate on, I believe, extending healthcare subsidies, but not actually extending the subsidies, just to have a vote in the Senate. Look, just to tell there's also that the fired federal workers who were fired during the shutdown are going to get their jobs back and back pay, and no more federal firings allowed until January 30th. That could be something. SNAP is being funded until end of September of next year, of 2026. So I don't know, how important each of these things to the eight Democrats, or the 7 Democrats and 1 independent who voted yes. Maybe different things are important to different people, but things like that, maybe some of the Democrats just felt, this needs to end. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why is he saying that? Andrew Desiderio with Punch Bowl says we'll be lucky if he gets here by 11 p.m. Now, is he I don't know if Andrew is joking about that or not. I don't know if he really thinks it'll take him that long to get there from Dulles. It takes 40 minutes normally to drive from Dulles to Capitol Hill. I'm looking it up on Google Maps. Google Maps says that it is approximately a 32-mile drive from Dulles to Capitol Hill. I didn't realize it was that far away. Now, I don't know when he landed. But Andrew Desiderio, I think he might be serious with Punch Bowl News. He thinks we'll be lucky if he gets here by 11. How did this happen? But again, I just looked it up, and from Dulles Airport to Capitol Hill is roughly a 32-mile drive. The fastest route is a 40-minute drive. I thought he was there already too. I did not realize he was not there, but just recently we've seen some reporters report that he was flying in. Thank you, Mr. Showtime, by the way. Debbie mentions there could be a police escort. Even so, I don't know how fast they're going to drive him. Now, I wonder if they knew that Rand Paul was going to vote no. Maybe, it's possible that John Cornyn knew. No, sorry, not John. It's possible that John Thune knew he would have at least 60 votes. But maybe when they did the vote, they were hoping, well, maybe Rand Paul will vote yes, or maybe one more of the Democrats will vote yes. Because then it wouldn't matter what Cornyn did. But Cornyn's going to be the 60th vote. I know Rand Paul has been a no, but Fox News today reported that it was unclear if he was going to vote yes or no today. Just because Rand Paul was voting no before doesn't mean he's definitely going to vote no if it looks like a bill is going to actually pass, if it looks like enough Democrats are going to go along with it. And again, Fox News had said shortly before the vote, it was not clear if he was going to vote no today. But maybe it was just known he was going to vote no. I don't know what was known. Troy Playboy says if Troy Boy Playboy says if he gets there in an hour, that will make it just over 40 days. Well, didn't the shutdown start at like 12:01 one day Eastern time or something? Because we still have about an hour and 50 minutes till that. Thank you, Troy, for your support. Everybody's waiting for John Cornyn. Thank you, Popping Off with Corn Pop. So to repeat, multiple reporters reported that John Cornyn, a short while ago, was coming back to Washington and landed at Dulles Airport, which is about 40-minute drive away from Capitol Hill. Thanks, Matthew Bradford, who says, I'm sure he will have a police escort. I don't know if his flight was delayed. Awesome J Productions says, ironic, his flight delayed due to air traffic controller shortage. I don't know if his flight was delayed. I do not know. Chris Veith says, hope Cornyn doesn't get pulled over. I should put up on the screen. Let me put that on the screen. Awaiting John Cornyn to cast decisive yes vote. There. No, the vice president cannot be the 60th vote in this case. The vice president, I believe, can break a 50-50 tie on legislation. But you need 60 senators to break a filibuster. Oh, I think Jean Shaheen has released a statement. Hold on a second. Oh, I missed this before. Here is a statement from Jean Shaheen, who is one of the Democrats, one of the to vote with the Republicans tonight to end the filibuster and end the shutdown. She said, today the Senate voted to reopen the government, which actually hasn't happened yet. And hold on, I'll put this over here in case John Cornyn walks in. Today, the Senate voted to reopen the government and took a big step forward towards protecting the health care of tens of millions of Americans. The agreement gives Democrats control of the Senate floor at a time when Republicans control every level of power on one of our top legislative priorities, extending the enhanced premium tax credits to make health care more affordable for millions of Americans. Now, a lot of Democrats are going to say, well, control of the Senate floor is meaningless. There'll be this vote in the Senate, Republicans won't vote for it, and the House won't even have a vote. That's what a lot of Democrats will say. She says, let's be clear, this was a major step, getting Republicans to agree to have a vote in the Senate on it. That was not predetermined. I have spent years as the lead sponsor of this legislation. There is no one in the Senate who wants to see these tax credits extended more than me. But weeks of negotiation with the Republicans have made clear that they will not address health care as part of shutdown talks, and that waiting longer will only prolong the pain Americans are feeling because of the shutdown. She says, this agreement also reinstates thousands of fired federal workers and guarantees back pay to more than 1 million others. That was never a given either. And critically, this deal, so that's interesting. I didn't really get that part of the deal. So she's saying that it doesn't just guarantee back pay to the people who were fired. It guarantees back pay to everybody, I guess. I think. Well, at least she says more than. Well, she said more than 1 million workers. That was never a given either. And critically, this deal restores a bipartisan appropriations process, which includes funds for SNAP, WIC, and health care for veterans. She says, with the government reopened, it's time to move quickly to ensure we keep healthcare premiums from skyrocketing. President Trump, Leader Thune, and Speaker Johnson have all said they are willing to find a way of extending these tax credits. We are ready to negotiate immediately. The American people are counting on us to get this done, and they will remember next November if my Republican colleagues block those efforts. Again, a bunch of Obamacare subsidies are running out, are expiring at the end of the year. So that's a statement from Senator Jeanne Shaheen, Democrat, who voted with the Republicans tonight. Hey, thanks so much to Louis R. Louis R. says they should have given you a feed of Senator Cornyn's car, a political version of OJ's Bronco. I don't see that feed anywhere on any of the networks. I'd watch it if there was. Thank you, Louis R. Thank you also the Vladinator, who says there are Americans who, if they don't show up to work, would be fired. A rich senator, meanwhile, can't make it to work for an important vote, and he still gets paid. So I don't know how this all came about today. It's obviously very non-ideal that we're waiting for him, but I don't know the specifics of how all this came about scheduling-wise. Maybe his flight was delayed. I'm not sure. Thank you, the Vladinator. Thanks also to Frost, the Arctic Fox, who say some posts say his flight was delayed. I don't know. I haven't seen any reporters who I follow say definitively what flight he was on. I don't know if the people who are posting that know for sure what flight he was on. There's people posting it, but I don't know if they know for sure what flight he was on. Thank you, Frost, the Arctic Fox. Anyways, it is a 40-minute drive from the airport to Capitol Hill. Al Weaver, who's a Senate reporter for The Hill, 21 minutes ago said Cornyn had landed. But who knows how long it takes him to get out of the plane and drive over. I have no idea. Greg Medina, our viewer, thinks it is now the Cornyn shutdown. Why wasn't he in town, says M. Huddle. I don't know if he was campaigning this weekend. I don't know. He does have a competitive primary coming up in Texas. Okay, so Aisha Hasni. Now, why is she say she's saying this was step 1 of 5 to reopen the government? But I mean, I don't know how many votes there are tonight, because remember, the House eventually has to vote, but that's in the coming couple days, and the president has to sign it. So that could be 2 of the steps. So maybe there's 1 or 2 votes after this. I'm not sure. They have to actually pass the legislation. Thank you, Tommy Carruthers from the UK. So the Washington Post says this vote is the first of many that will be necessary to pass the agreement in the upper chamber. So there will be more votes after this. But are those votes just all majority vote after this? You need 60 to break a filibuster. Although I don't know if you're going to have to pass any other breaking filibuster votes to break filibusters on other legislation. So I don't know how. Again, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I'm just not sure the exact number of votes after this. But it may be that the votes after this are all just you need 50 Republicans, not 60 votes. Now, the New York Times says that there may be debate on the stuff that's going to get passed. Not that the debate will affect anything, but there may be a period of debate that happens. I don't know if that's going to happen. Hey, thanks, Jason Bewley. Yes, Rand Paul is a Republican, but he voted against this. I believe one reason is because of spending. He wants less spending. I think he posted about this. I'll have to look on his social media. I was trying to find something on his social media about it, but I haven't gone through all his social media. Although I don't even know how he has voted on throughout the shutdown on everything, so I don't know. We are still waiting for John Cornyn to show up, guys. Yeah, I mean, he voted against a number of times against reopening the government during October. I know that. Yeah, so like for example, he said in October, if I have this right, NBC News has a story where Rand Paul said he didn't vote for the Democrat spending bill or for the Republican spending bill because they lead to an enormous amount of deficit. All right, let's see if I have any updates for you about John Cornyn, who we are waiting for to show up. Oh, Bernie Sanders posted about tonight, guys. I'm going to show you what he said. Thank you, Ethereum GG, who said Cornyn was campaigning in Austin and ironically has a tweet about his opponent, Mr. No-Show, today. I mean, there's a post today where Senator John Cornyn refers to Wesley Hunt as Mr. No-Show. He is also running for the Republican Senate seat in Texas. Thanks, Ethereum GG. Thank you, Frost, the Arctic Fox. Thank you, Frost. And Mel flips it. Thanks, Mel. Oh, let me show you what Bernie Sanders had to say while we have a second here, while we're waiting for John Cornyn to show up. Let's see what Bernie Sanders had to say. He said, where is it here? I just had it out here. Here, right here. He said, tonight was a very bad night. Bernie Sanders. Here's what he posted on his social media.
Tonight, 8 Democrats voted with the Republicans to allow them to go forward on this continuing resolution. And to my mind, this was a very, very bad vote. What it does, first of all, is it raises healthcare premiums for over 20 million Americans by doubling, and in some cases tripling or quadrupling. People can't afford that when we are already paying the highest prices in the world for healthcare. Number 2, it paves the way for 15 million people to be thrown off of Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Studies show that will mean that some 50,000 Americans will die every year unnecessarily. And all of that was done to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. As everybody knows, just on Tuesday, we had an election all over this country. And what the election showed is that the American people want us to stand up to Trumpism, to his war against working class people, to his authoritarianism. That is what the American people wanted, but tonight, that is not what happened. So we've got to go forward, do the best that we can to try to protect working class people, to make sure that the United States not only does not throw people off of health care, but ends the absurdity of being the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. We got a lot of work to do. But to be honest with you, tonight was not a good night. Thank you.
Bernie Sanders. Oops, sorry. It's 10:34. So look, Al Weaver of The Hill reported 34 minutes ago that Cornyn had already landed at Dulles. It's about a 40-minute drive. I'm scared to ask how long it's been that we've been waiting for John Cornyn now. I want to say it's multiple hours. It might be 2 hours. I don't think there's a time deadline. My guess is maybe the party in power can enforce the time deadline. Jenny Ann thinks he should have been there if they were in session. One of our viewers said the other three voted at 9:48. Was it that longer? Because we waited a while for the other three to vote. Thanks, Lucia Horizo. Thank you, Lucia, so much. And also Ethereum GG. Oh, I thanked Ethereum before, but thanks again, Ethereum GG. Thanks, Jingo is me on Twitch. Thanks, Aloha Charles on Twitch. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers like CC and Shrocky and Wall Street and Shaggy. Somewhere on Earth, thanks for subscribing over there. Sarah. All of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you. Our Facebook subscribers, thank you. Robert Real II, Chuck Mosca, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks, Matthew Bradford. Matthew, I am not doing a what, I'm sorry, Matthew, I'm not doing a what time are we voting poll. Thank you well, maybe we'll do a poll a little later, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew, for your support. I really appreciate it. So Politico has some reporting on this, and they seem to suggest that after this vote, there may be one or more other votes that require 60 votes. But the point is that once you have the 60 for this vote, you'll get it for any other votes you might need it in. To pass the actual legislation, you would only need a majority. So again, there may be one or more other votes after this, just because of the way the Senate works that you need to take. But everybody who voted 60 on this one is going to vote on yes. The 60 who voted yes on this one will vote yes on all the other ones. That's what Politico says. Thank you to Kelly R. as well. Thank you so much, Kelly R. Thanks also to our YouTube members as we wait for John Cornyn. Ruth Krafasi, Roberts May Queen. Oh, no, they're moderating over there. Thanks, Ruth and Roberts May Queen for moderating. KM, B. Earhart, just in the nick of time. Stephen Curry, Sam Smith, thanks for being members. BBG just gave a bunch of members. Thank you so much. Gave a bunch of memberships. Confidence in God, thanks for being a member. CAC 813, JM, Fernando Rodriguez, Mark F. BSH, thanks for being a member. Gloria Mason, Jessica Matthews, Batman, all of our other members over there. Oh, and thanks also to Fernando Rodriguez, gave 5 people memberships on YouTube. Thank you. This particular vote is the cloture vote, which would break the filibuster on moving forward. One of our viewers just mentioned Bitcoin, which has been going up today, maybe because this deal was looking like it was going to happen. And the current price that I'm seeing is above 106,000. Bitcoin is up about 4.5% in 24 hours. Thank you, Danny Castillo, who's wondering, like, what if something happened to Senator Cornyn before the vote? Yes, so I was thinking about that too, Danny. Hopefully nothing happens to him, but if something did happen to him to incapacitate him, right, and he couldn't vote, I would assume you would need to, the vote would not pass. You need 60 senators. You need 60 senators, 3/5 of the senators. So I don't know if it's that you'd have to wait for a special election or how that would work. I don't know if there's some sort of procedure to deal with that, to appoint a temporary somebody to fill a seat depending on what happened to him. But I mean, would seem possible. But let's hope that doesn't actually happen. I'm not an expert on procedure there. My assumption is that it wouldn't pass. Thanks, Michael Hutchinson, who says, looks like the Senate will work overnight tonight. See, it's not that you need 3/5 of the people voting. You need 3/5 of the senators. But again, I'm not an expert. I'm not going to start researching that whole situation right now, so I don't know exactly. Thank you, MM, for your support. Thank you, MM. And also Gary the Great, our member. Thank you, Gary the Great. If you missed it, there is a deal to end the shutdown. 8 Democrats, well, one of them an independent who votes Democrat normally, Angus King, voted with the Republicans to end the shutdown. By the way, 36 minutes ago, I missed this. 36 minutes ago, Aisha Hasni from Fox said Cornyn was en route from Dulles. And that was 36 minutes ago. And it's supposedly a 40-minute drive. So I would think it's going to be soon. No, I looked it up on Google Maps and it was 40 minutes. Sean Weiner says flat tire. But again, a deal has been reached. So Tonight, they will do what they have to do in the Senate to pass as many votes as they have to get the funding passed. The House will come back in the next couple of days and approve it, and then President Trump will sign it, and that will be that. So it'll take several days. For it to officially reopen. You can see this headline from AP. Oops, hold on, I'll show you in a second. Senate advancing bill to end shutdown as small group of Democrats strike deal. The Senate was voting whether to move forward on compromise legislation that would end the shutdown, after a group of moderate Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, angering many Democrats who wanted to continue the fight. As the roll call neared its end, with enough Democrat votes to move forward, the vote was temporarily delayed as Texas Senator John Cornyn had not yet arrived to cast the decisive 60th vote. Republican leaders held the vote open as Cornyn was expected to arrive shortly. Among other things, the deal will extend all government funding until late January, and also some of the government will be extended, I believe, for a year. I think till the end of the next fiscal year. Some of the government will be funded till the next fiscal year. There will be a mid-December vote in the Senate on extending the health care tax credits. Also, there will be a reversal of the mass firings of federal workers by the Trump administration since the shutdown began, and there will be assurance that federal workers will receive back pay. AP did point out that final passage could be several days away if Democrats object and delay the process. I don't know that that's going to happen. The agreement does not guarantee that Affordable Care Act health insurance subsidies will be extended, as Democrats have demanded for almost 6 weeks. The majority of Democrats do not want to move forward because that has not been given, but 7 Democrats and 1 independent have decided to vote with the Republicans. It is unclear if there will be some kind of deal, apart from this, between Republicans and Democrats to extend any of these health care subsidies that are expiring at the end of the year. But it's not part of this. Excuse me. Our viewer, a glitch for the Twitch says, it really sucks that couldn't... Hey,
Mr. Cornyn, aye.
Cornyn's here. Cornyn, aye. What happened? Did he just come in? Cornyn just voted. He just voted. Cornyn has voted at 60. Did we even see him? Or did he vote from far? Did you guys see him? He has voted. They just said he voted. Looks like they're looking at him. Cornyn just voted. Breaking news. There he is. There's John Cornyn right there. You can see him right there. That's him. This is him right. He's with the white hair in the middle. That's him. Right there. There he is. He made it. Cornyn has voted. Senate passes key vote to end shutdown.
On this vote, the yeas are 60 and the nays are 40. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, having voted in the affirmative, the motion upon reconsideration is agreed to.
Wow. Wow. It happened. It happened. So now there are some other votes that need to happen. But that is, I mean, that's basically it, because they got 60 votes. If they need 60 on any of these other votes, they'll get it. So it's basically a formality to have these other votes now. I don't know how many they're going to have. Thanks, by the way, to Gary the Great and Seba for your support. Thanks, Renee Simone. Renee thinks it's not a good deal. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, MM and Gary the Great, our new members. And Ken Lance. Thanks says, yay, hopefully this now turns out the best for everyone. So again, there are some more votes happening, but this key vote, this was seen as the big vote. It has now passed. Chad Pergram from Fox says, this now means that an end to the shutdown is inevitable in the coming days. Chad Pergram from Fox says, the Senate might not pass the overall bill until tomorrow or later this week. The shutdown is not officially over, but as Chad Pergram from Fox News says, it's inevitable now. It's going to happen that the shutdown is going to end, assuming nothing insane happens. I guess President Trump could change his mind and decide not to sign it. I don't think he's going to do that. John Bresnahan, who is with Punchbowl, he thinks the shutdown won't end before Wednesday at earliest, because you're going to have a couple days for the House members to get back in town and vote on this, and the president to sign it. Okay, now Aisha Hasni of Fox says that they are trying to come to a time agreement so Thune can quickly move this to final passage. So we'll stick around for a little bit and see. Maybe we'll see another vote soon. I honestly don't know what the schedule is tonight. I mean, you just heard Chad Pergram said it could happen soon or it could take a while. I don't know if Democrats are going to move to drag this out. There was Politico reported that Rand Paul might try to drag this all out if he was unsatisfied with how the spending bill treated the hemp industry in Kentucky. So we just don't know. As one of our viewers pointed out, Tuesday is Veterans Day. Although I assume they'll travel if they have to. Let's see what happens here. Maybe something's going to happen. CC thinks it won't pass the House or the President's desk. Well, that's not what the reporting is saying. I've seen all the reporting I've seen says it's going to pass. The House is going to pass it, and the President's going to sign it. Thank you for being a member though. United Airlines says, we thank the senators who voted tonight to advance legislation to reopen the federal government and provide funding for our essential air traffic controllers and TSA officers. That's part of their comment, passed along by David Shepardson. And the filibuster has been broken with that vote. Princess Kidda says it was fun while it lasted, but it's time to get back to work. I'm just waiting to see if we can get a little more clarity on the timing here of what's happening in the Senate. The Washington Post says a key group of Senate Democrats joined Republicans tonight to advance an agreement to end the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. After bipartisan negotiators struck a deal during a rare weekend session, 7 Democrats and Senator Angus King of Maine, independent, voted with almost all of the chamber's Republicans to take the first step toward reopening the government. This vote, which took 60 votes to pass, which we just saw, is the first of many that will be necessary to pass it in the House. But again, they just got 60 votes, so to pass the agreement in the Senate. It's the first of, they say, many votes that will be needed to pass the agreement in the Senate, but they got the 60 votes now. So they're going to be able to pass any of these other votes too. Elizabeth Warren, many Democrats opposed this. Most of the Senate Democrats opposed it. Elizabeth Warren, for example, said it's a terrible mistake. She said, the American people want us to stand and fight for health care, and that's what I believe we should do. The deal would not extend Affordable Care Act subsidies set to expire at the end of the year, which Democrats have warned will cause health insurance premiums to skyrocket for millions of Americans. The Senate has promised to hold a vote on legislation to extend the subsidies by the middle of December. But the promise to have a vote on extending the subsidies at a later date is unlikely to be enough for most House Democrats, says Washington Post, who've demanded that Republicans agree to extend the subsidies before Democrats agree to reopen the government. And House Speaker Johnson hasn't even committed to holding a vote on extending the subsidies in the House. While some Republicans have said they are open to negotiating on extending those ACA health insurance subsidies once Democrats agree to end the shutdown, President Trump has appeared skeptical. Among the other parts of the agreement, it will pay for SNAP, the SNAP Food Assistance Program, through September 2026. It will reverse more than 4,000 federal layoffs the Trump administration attempted to implement earlier in the shutdown, and will prevent future layoffs through January 30th. Also, I don't know the exact details, but there's language in there, I believe, that ensures that federal workers, at least many federal workers, get their back pay for what happened during the shutdown. And the entire government will be funded through January 30th, and some of the government will be funded, I believe, through the next fiscal year. But the big thing that a lot of Democrats wanted from the shutdown is an agreement to extend expiring health insurance subsidies, and that did not happen. Let me see if Trump has posted about this yet. Did he post about it? Nothing yet from Trump on his Truth Social. Reuters says the health insurance, the Affordable Care Act's health insurance subsidies, which helped double ACA enrollment to 24 million people since they were put in place in 2021, are at the heart of the shutdown. Republicans have maintained they are open to addressing the issue only after government funding is restored. Americans shopping for 2026 Obamacare health insurance plans are facing more than a doubling of monthly premiums on average, health experts estimate, with the pandemic-era subsidies due to expire at the end of the year, says Reuters. Avatarks thinks Schumer lost. Thank you, Jonathan Sharp, who says, will the elected representative from, where is it from? Arizona Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva has not been sworn in yet, but I don't know for sure. It's possible that she will get sworn in because the House will need to pass the legislation to end the shutdown, but I'm not sure yet. She was elected on September 23rd. Democrats claim that Johnson does not want to swear her in because she would be the final vote that would approve that the House that she would allow the House to pass a vote to release Epstein files. Which is a vote that Johnson does not want to pass. Not that, I mean, that vote alone wouldn't make him be released, I don't believe. But Johnson does. Democrats allege that Johnson doesn't want that vote to happen and pass. MSNBC says Speaker Johnson has said that she will be seated once the government reopens, which sounds like she's going to soon be sworn in. Thank you, Jonathan Sharp. What is this? Hold on a second here. I'm hearing something. I'm hearing something. Thank you, Steve Otten. Thank you, Steve. And also Lucia Harizo for support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Steve says the real heroes are the aides that had to sit on the hard floor this whole time. They're still there. I was trying to get you guys some more information on what the timing. The Senate has to take, I believe, multiple more votes on this, but I don't know when they are going to do that and how quick that's going to be. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal says that it's unclear whether, basically, it's unclear whether there may be delays in doing all the stuff they need to do. And it's unclear. There are procedural steps that could delay action in getting all the stuff they need to do before it goes to the House. And it's unclear what's going to happen with that, how long that's going to take. I was hoping to get you some detail, but I haven't seen any detail about that yet. What I keep seeing is reports saying it's unclear how long it's going to take for the Senate to do what it needs to do to send it over to the House. But it's going to happen. It is now going to happen. The shutdown is not itself over until it goes to the House passes it, and then President Trump signs it later this week. But it's going to happen. Lisa Smith says, hopefully the Dems don't throw any more wrenches in the works. They will if they can. I do not know. Regarding this representative from Arizona, Adelita Grijalva, which some of you are talking about, she was elected in September 23rd, to fill a post previously held by her father, who died in March. Speaker Johnson has said she will be sworn in when the House returns to session, says AP. He blamed the government shutdown for the delay. Once she is sworn in, Grijalva would narrow the margins and give the Democrats more power. Also, Democrats have accused Johnson of delaying her swearing in because it improves their chances of forcing a vote for the release on the Justice Department files, the Epstein files from the Justice Department. Johnson rejects that accusation of that claims he is delaying the vote for that reason. Grijalva would be the last signature needed for a petition to force a vote on that in the House. Somebody said which senators voted yes. The senators who voted yes were Catherine Cortez Masto from Nevada, Dick Durbin from Illinois, John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire, Tim Kaine from Virginia, Jackie Rosen, is it Nevada? From Nevada, and Jean Shaheen from New Hampshire, and also independent Angus King. Who's he, Maine? In Maine, from Maine. Those were the 8. So still waiting to get you some more information. Maybe we'll see some more votes. I have not yet, they have not yet spoken, and I've not seen any reporting on how fast this is going to go. Somebody's handing, I see papers being handed over. I do see papers being handed over. Is that anything? Sean Fetterman posted why about voting yes tonight. Democrat John Fetterman. Here's what John Fetterman said. He said, after 40 days as a consistent voice against shutting our government down, I voted yes for the 15th time to reopen. I'm sorry to our military SNAP recipients, government workers, and Capitol Police who haven't been paid in weeks. It should have never come to this. This was a failure, he says. Username says Fetterman is based. Killint says Fetterman should switch parties. Oh, somebody's going to speak right now. Hold on, coming up right now. I think Senator Majority Leader Thune is about to speak. I think. Here we go, guys. Hold on. Give it a moment. You'll see. I'm seeing one. Give it a second.
Bill at the desk and ask for its first reading.
Clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S. 3168, a bill to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of federal employees and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading. In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objections heard. The bill will be read for a second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Monday, November the 10th. Following the prayer and pledge, the general proceedings be approved today. At the morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day. And the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, post-cloture. Finally, that all time during recess, adjournment, morning business, and leader remarks count post-cloture on the motion to proceed.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Senate's adjourned to 11 a.m. tomorrow. Well, there you go. So they're not going to stay up all night. So it sounds like tomorrow they're going to take the votes they need to. They still need to take a number of votes to pass the legislation they need to pass. It is going to pass because they just did a vote tonight, a key vote, and they got 60 votes. So there you go. So I didn't know if they were going to have these votes tonight, but you just saw it. They are adjourned until 11 a.m. So it's going to take several days to get this all done. There you go. It stands in recess until tomorrow at 11 a.m. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the airlines. Is the Department of Transportation going to insist on these flight cuts? They said they were insisting on them, because of issues with staffing for air traffic controllers, for example. So are those flight cuts going to continue as planned for the next few days? Or is there a way they might just say, okay, well, government's is gonna reopen soon, so we can pare them back? I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna. Are the flights gonna get back to normal before the shutdown is actually technically over? That's a good. I do not know. Right now, Anami says it depends on if people will show up to work. I don't know that though because the big reason that the flights have been canceled is because the FAA, the Department of Transportation, said you had to. It's not just people not showing up for work. It's that the Department of Transportation said to airlines, you have to cancel these flights. So they could pull that regulation or that I don't know, order, whatever you call it. Ninja says, we shall see. I just don't know. Armani says, I'm flying right now. So that's something I am certainly interested in keeping an eye on, is the whole flights thing. Now, what happened here? Hold on a second. What did I do? That's over there. Oh, I know what I did. Sorry. All right, that's it. That's the Senate guys, the Senate broadcast ended. That's the Senate stream for tonight. No more votes. But again, basically the shutdown is on its way now to ending. So, shutdown expected to end this week after Senate reaches deal. So really, unless something absolutely, completely unforeseen happens, in days the shutdown will end. But the House has to come back to vote on it after the Senate finishes doing what it needs to do in the next day or two, I guess. Also, Lisa Desjardins of PBS says House Republicans are being notified the House is coming back this week and they will get 36 hours notice. So, again, reporting that the House is being told they will come back this week. John Bresnahan with Punchbowl says senators are hoping that the Senate can finish what it needs to do by tomorrow. He says, but we will see. Now, he's an expert on this stuff, John Bresnahan. So he's saying that the senators are hoping that they can get what they need to get done tomorrow to send this to pass, get everything passed and send it to the House. But it's not clear that that'll be the case. So maybe they can get it done tomorrow. When will the House vote on it? Not going to be tomorrow, it doesn't sound like. In 2 or 3 days, and then Trump will sign it later the week. Maybe Trump will do a little signing event. I don't know. Don't know. But that's the schedule we're looking at. MSNBC's Michael Schnell reports the same thing about the House, that the House is coming back into session and votes are expected this week in the House. So that gives you a sense of the scheduling here. Chris N says, our viewer says, Thanksgiving travel might be on again. Wow, guys. Yeah, lots of reports now saying the same thing, that the House is being advised they will be voting this week to reopen the government. I'll take a few. Hey, remember I was just saying to you guys, I said, what's going to happen now? Now that we know that the shutdown's going to end later this week, what's going to happen the next few days with the Department of Transportation ordering airlines to cancel flights? Are they going to withdraw that order? So David Shepardson, who's with Reuters, just posted, the question for airlines now is how quickly do air traffic controllers return to work after the Senate vote in a weekend of significant absences? And when FAA will signal that safety data will allow cuts to end. So look, one might look at the situation and say, well, the FAA said that it's a safety issue. So the FAA is not going to be able to just stop these cancellations before people start showing up to work again and before people start getting paid again. I don't know that. I don't know that. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if the FAA doesn't wait until the end of the week and the shutdown is officially over to start lightening up on the cancellations. I don't know. It just seems to me like that might happen. Maybe they'll wait for it to be done in the Senate. I don't know. We'll have to see. That's a very interesting thing. Stephen Cole says, I think the FAA will keep the flight schedule cut back for a couple weeks until there are not enough ATC people on the job. I don't think they're going to want to keep it for a couple weeks because of the Thanksgiving traffic. I mean, there's going to be more and more people flying, getting closer to Thanksgiving. Look, and some people, there's debate over this. Some people believe that it was in part a political move by the Trump administration's FAA to make the situation worse, to put pressure on Democrats to reach a deal. So if that's the case, it makes it easier to undo it. I won't tell you what to think about that, but that's a whole other aspect here. Brandon Martinez says, I fly out of Denver Friday. So that's something I'll be looking for the next couple of days, is seeing what happens with that stuff. Right, so David Shepardson just said, he is a transportation reporter for Reuters, and he just posted, it is unclear if any of these cuts will be rescinded. Right, so what David says is that the schedule is 6% of flights at 40% of airports, 6% of flights at 40 high-traffic airports have been cut for Tuesday. That goes up to 8% later and then 10% on Friday. He says it is unclear if any of those cuts will now be rescinded. So by Friday, it's supposed to be to 10%. But are they still going to go through with that now that the shutdown is definitely going to end? Big question. Thanks, Jennifer J25, for being a member. Holly S. says, will Trump sign? All of the reporting I have seen, I have not seen any reporting that suggests there's any kind of significant chance that the House won't pass it and Trump won't sign. And given that Trump has wanted this to end, I have a hard time thinking he wouldn't sign. Because who knows how long it would take then. So everything I'm seeing suggests that it is just a formality, that the House will pass it and Trump will sign it. Thank you to Mark Gear for your support. Possum-y thinks it's a win for all Americans. I was going to maybe try to show you a little more of the Democrats' reaction to this. A bunch of Democrats are not happy with this deal. So I'm not going to read this whole thing. For example, Senator Chris Murphy, who is a Democrat, he had a big post and he said he thinks it's a major mistake. He says last Tuesday, people poured out of their homes into the polls to reject Donald Trump, but also to urge Democrats to hold firm in our refusal to vote for a short-term budget that throws millions of their health care I think millions off their health care, and allows Trump's corruption to continue, fully funded and unabated. He said, people know the shutdown hurts, but people also know that Americans will die when millions cannot afford health insurance next year because of the Trump's massive premium hikes. They wanted us to continue that fight, even knowing victory was not certain. So he said, of course, I want to end the shutdown, but not at any cost. So many Democrats are not in Congress are not happy with this. He's an example of one of them. Dick Durbin, who voted, one of the 7 Democrats and 1 independent who voted with the Republicans. Senator Durbin, a Democrat, but he voted to end the shutdown. I'm not going to read all of this, but just to show you what some of what he said. He says Republicans have done everything in their power to shut down the government rather than help Americans afford to go to the doctor. He says healthcare premiums will skyrocket because Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits expire on December 31st. I'm just getting to the part where he talks about voting. He says, at Democrats urging today's bill that he voted yes on is not the same one we voted down 14 times. He says Republicans finally woke up and realized their Groundhog Day needed to end. This bill is not perfect, but it takes important steps to reduce the shutdown's hurt. Not only would it fully fund SNAP for the year ahead, but it would reverse the mass firings the Trump administration ordered throughout the shutdown. Now that Democrats secured these wins, it's time for Leader Thune to keep his promise to schedule a vote on the ACA tax credits in December, and we will see to it that he makes good on his word for the millions of Americans worried that they won't be able to afford health care in January. Now, look, they're going to have a vote in the Senate on this. That's not to say the vote will pass. Even if it passes, there's no vote scheduled in the House on this. So I'm just trying to give you some different perspective on what some different Democrats have said about this deal that a small group of them made with the Republicans. Elizabeth Warren said, Democratic senator, I will not support a deal that does nothing to make health care more affordable. We are in a health care emergency. A simple one-year extension of these tax credits would cost less than Donald Trump's $40 billion bailout for Argentina. A vote for this bill is a mistake, she said. And here is one from if I can find it here. Maggie Hassan, who is one of the Democratic senators who voted yes, who voted to end the shutdown. She said, my statement after voting for a bipartisan agreement to reopen the government. She said, at a time when families desperately need relief, Washington's dysfunction is making life harder for families, and the last 39 days are proof. Okay, I'll kind of skip ahead a little more. Over the last several weeks, I've heard from Granite Staters who can't afford a doubling of their health insurance costs. I've also heard from families about the deep pain the government shutdown has caused, made worse by a president who illegally and repeatedly chose to cut off help for families trying to buy groceries. After weeks of bipartisan conversations, I voted today to reopen the government so we can get back to the work of helping Granite Staters. This agreement funds SNAP and food assistance programs, ensures that law enforcement, air traffic controllers, and other federal workers get paid, reverses the president's recent reckless layoffs, and prevents them from happening in the future. Well, prevents them from happening until at least January 30th, I believe, and crucially gives Congress a clear path forward to protecting people's health care. Now, I think a bunch of Democrats will say to her, well, no, Republicans are not going to go along with this, but who knows? Republicans are not going to agree to extend these health care subsidies, but who knows? She says, our work to deliver relief for families now enters an important phase. Congress has 1 month to engage in serious bipartisan negotiations to extend the Affordable Care Act's expiring tax cuts for health insurance. My Democratic colleagues and I have been ready to work on this for months. With the government reopening shortly, Senate Republicans must finally come to the table, or make no mistake, Americans will remember who stood in the way. I urge Speaker Johnson to finally return the House of Representatives into session and quickly reopen the government, and I urge all Americans in communities red, blue, and purple to continue to speak out about the importance of affordable health care so that families across America can get the care they need. Again, the really big thing that a lot of Democrats wanted out of the shutdown was for Republicans to agree to extend these expiring health care tax credits, health care subsidies that are expiring at the end of the year. But Republicans have not agreed to do that at this point. So you see, I just wanted to show you a couple of posts from Democrats who voted for the compromise and others who did not. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez posted, people want us to hold the line for a reason. This is not a matter of appealing to a base, it's about people's lives. New mayor-elect of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, said this deal dramatically hikes healthcare premiums and only makes worse the affordability crisis. He says it should be rejected, as should any politicians willing to compromise on the basic needs of working people. All right, anyway, so guys, this shutdown is going to end, it looks like, later this week. That's where we're heading. That is where we are heading. Oh, I have a little bit of reporting. Remember, it took like an hour or so for Mike Lee and Rick Scott and Ron Johnson, Republicans, to vote yes on this bill tonight? Olivia Beavers, who is with Wall Street Journal, she said she asked the majority leader, John Thune, about this. And he said that was just a conversation about kind of overall budget process around here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll post a link to the quote from Olivia Beaver's report, but she said that Ron Johnson was talking about a bill that had been voted on a couple times. Anyways. There was some sort of discussion going on between them. I posted a link to it if you wanted to read it. Anyways, guys, I think we're getting close. I think we are getting close. Jingo is me says the most beautiful shutdown of shutdowns ever. Nakanishi Aruno thinks it's a Democrat shutdown. We have had different opinions in our chat about this tonight. I think it is that time. I think we're getting to that time. We have done what we need, what we came here to do. So again, shutdown, ending the shutdown, deal reached in the Senate. Senate had their key vote tonight, and it passed. 60-40. It needed 60 votes to pass. 7 Democrats and 1 independent who votes Democrat, Angus King, agreed to vote with the Republicans. And now basically it should be for the rest of a week, the week of, basically Senate's got more stuff they got to do tomorrow. Maybe they can get it done tomorrow. The House has got to get back in session and vote on what the Senate passed. Then Trump has to sign it. But all of that is expected to happen and to be a formality at this point. So basically the expectation is the shutdown will end sometime later this week officially. So there you go. All right. So I appreciate you guys joining me for this live coverage. And if there's big developments this week, we'll certainly come back and cover it. And we cover all kinds of live breaking news here at Agenda Free TV. I'm sure there'll be other news this week. So you can subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV if you'd like. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Also, I would suggest turn on the notifications for the channel because I never know when big news is going to happen, something new, and we'll have to rush on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, sign up for our free notifications system that we set up. It's free. We do it through Discord. It works really well. And you sign up once and you get sent a message whenever we're going live. The mods will post a link to that in the chat. And also, you can find the notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. Sign up for those. And you can follow me on X if you'd like. I post about breaking news all the time on my X account, @Lookner on X. So follow me over there if you'd like. But I really appreciate people. I appreciate you guys being here for the stream and watching the coverage. And a lot of people were in our chat rooms, and a lot of people let me read their comments on the air and asked questions. Sorry about little mistakes I made here and there, certainly, but I always appreciate your corrections when I do. So thank you for that. And thank you. The one major regret I have, as I said, is for some reason, when things were going along, I didn't do a good enough check on how many Democratic votes were needed. That bothered me. I read something in an article that was a bit misleading, and I should have checked it, and I didn't, but we eventually figured it out when the vote happened. So I apologize for that. Okay, so anyways, I really appreciate you joining. And a huge thanks to all of our moderators as well. Thanks so much to all of our moderators for being here. They are the ones that allow us to have chat rooms where people with different views can get together and chat about this stuff, and it stays under control, and it stays civil and respectful. That's thanks to our moderators. So, for example, Ruth Krafasi and Roberts Mayqueen, thank you. I appreciate that. And all of our other YouTube moderators, thank you so much. On Twitch, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai, 3 Sarah, all of our Twitch moderators too, thank you so much. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes. On Facebook, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, thanks for modding over there as well. Thanks to all of our mods. Thanks to everybody who donated. That was so nice of you guys, so generous of you. You are the ones whose support allows this channel to be on the air. So thank you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for your support. I still owe a couple thank yous, by the way. Thanks to I Am Charlie so much. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Thank you. And everybody else who I thanked earlier. Very much appreciate your support for the channel. Hey, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow us on X @AgendaFreeTV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there too. So follow us @AgendaFreeTV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, the Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like doing that. So check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check that out. And huge thanks to our Discord moderators as well for all you do. Thank you, Discord moderators. Also, for those of you watching Will I cover the House vote here? I don't know that I'll go live to cover the House vote. We'll have to see. But I mean, it just seems like it's a formality at this point. So I don't know that I'll do a stream on the House vote. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Even the House vote doesn't formally end the shutdown. I mean, I think it's more likely if it's televised, I don't know that it will be, that if Trump decides to do an event for signing the shutdown, signing the bill to end the shutdown, maybe we cover that. I'm not sure. Hey, for those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. That's another good way to find out when we are live. But to do that, why is this looking like this? Hold on. What did I do here? This is like too big or something. Without that. Seems messed up. Oh, I know what I did. Okay, here we go. If you watch on YouTube, I'd suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. The way you do that is you got to subscribe to the channel. And then you click the bell, and then you choose all notifications. So again, subscribe, click the bell, choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have those notifications turned on. Hey, thanks also to our Twitch subscribers, such as Wall Street and Shaggy, Gina Pina, CC143. Thanks for subscribing and supporting the channel. Tatermong, Deuce LM, Billy Joe, and all of our other subscribers over there. Sarah, Jax Animal, Shrocky, Jingo is me, Cole K. Meister. Thank you. And all of our other Twitch subscribers, huge thanks to you. And our Facebook subscribers like Chuck Mosca, Kay Lowry Body, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Shannon Davis Hughes, Jennifer Ellers, Michael Clayton, Robert Real II. Did I say Margaret Riley? Thanks for subscribing. All of our Facebook subscribers, thanks so much for supporting the channel there. Martha Crawford. And our YouTube members, huge thanks. People like CAC813, Ken Lance, Liam L. Sausage, Jane Jones, Corgi Cogito, Rizzo, Smiley Z, Purple Cat Audio, Director Pepper, Greg Pondell, thanks for subscribing, for being a member, for being a member on YouTube. Real Sportsman, Timo the Great, Pierre Dubois, Edwards Distress, Crazy Yoda, Who Be There, Jonathan Morris, Thomas Darwin, Chris N, Jim, JM, thanks for being members. Johnny Rockberry, Mama Yoli, Pierre Dubois, Angry Music Supers, Shawnee Landry, Dior, Moragai NE, Dior, and all of our other YouTube members, Confidence in God. I am happy for everybody who will get paid now, who wasn't getting paid before. Also, it would be good for everybody flying once aviation can get back to normal. Jeremiah thinks the only thing that was reopened is a can of worms. Hey, I will point out, though, that the entire government is getting funded till January 30th. Some of the governments getting funded for a year, but the rest of it just until January 30th. So will we be back here in 2.5 months talking about another possible shutdown? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Thanks, Kitty Donahue, for being a member. Thanks also to our other viewers like Mark Gear and Deborah B. No, the filibuster itself has not been gotten rid of. The filibuster was broken on this legislation, but they didn't get rid of the filibuster totally. Thanks, T.S. Blessed, for watching. Thank you, Derwin Lopez, for watching. Mark Black, thanks for watching. KK. Ryan Rigor Mortis, thanks for watching. Thanks, Michael Simon, for watching. Melanie Yomis. Paula Thompson. Sandra Lee Hart, thank you for watching over on Facebook. And Kelly Reed Lacefield and Liz Pills and Artis Caverlin, thanks for watching over there. Nicolette Chloe. Also, thanks for watching Major Lynch, Reams 12, This Name Stinks, Set to Chill, Jordan Baller, Dark Zeeds, thanks. Tet Jin, Only Cowboy. Oh, thanks to John Cornyn, who hopes to be getting a paycheck. Thank you to our viewer whose screen name is John Cornyn. I very much appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, we have been watching. When we came on, it wasn't even clear if there was going to be a deal. Oh, by the way, a little update here. Chad Pergram from Fox says that Kelly Farris from Fox News says that Rand Paul is frustrated with something in the legislation dealing with the hemp industry in Kentucky, and Rand Paul could slow down the process in the Senate. Politico had also reported that as well today. So both Politico and Fox News are saying that Rand Paul is not satisfied with how the bill handles treating the hemp industry in Kentucky, and he may slow down the proceedings in the Senate to end the shutdown. We'll have to see how that plays out. But I'm just passing that along. All right, guys. So that is it for now. I really appreciate you guys joining me for our coverage. We didn't know if there was going to be a deal when we came on. Then we heard there was a deal. Then we saw the vote. So it's been a whole thing. But we're wrapping it up. Hold on a second. We're wrapping it up right now. All right, guys. So thanks for watching. Again, I really appreciate you tuning in. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.